Recording in progress.
Turn your microphone on. Sorry. Good afternoon. It's Tuesday, October 1st, 2024. This is the regular meeting of the City Council of Marina. And Anita, can we please get a roll call?
Councilmember McAdams,
Here.
Councilmember McCarthy,
Here.
Councilmember Biala, Mayor Pro Tem Vischer,
Here.
Mayor Delgado. Kathy's here.
Thank you. And before we open it up for public comments, City Attorney, do we have any changes to the closed session agenda?
No changes to the closed session agenda.
Thank you. So we'll open it up to the public. Anybody here would like to speak? Seeing none. Anybody online, please raise your Zoom hand. Okay, we will close the public comments and we will go into the closed session and we will reconvene here at 6:30 p.m. Thank you.
Okay, I think we'll go ahead and get started. Sorry that we're almost 10 minutes late. We've come from closed session starting at 5 PM today. And today is our October 1st, 2024 regular city council meeting. And as always, we ask our city attorney, Renee Ortega, to summarize the closed session that we just came out of. Thank you, Renee.
Yes, hi. So council gave direction in closed session as to items A, B, and C, but no reportable decisions were taken. Thank you.
Thank you, Grace, for being a impromptu good sport. So we have three special presentations. The first one is to appreciate the good work that our code enforcement staff has been doing the last few weeks. I'm sorry, the last few years, especially the last year, really bumped it up. And our Mayor Pro Tem Elizabeth Vischer is going to lead us through that. Thank you, Elizabeth.
Thank you. So I would like to read the proclamation for Code Enforcement Officer Appreciation Week. Whereas the state of California has proclaimed the second week of October as Code Enforcement Officer Appreciation Week. And whereas the Code Enforcement Officer provides for the safety, health, and welfare of community members throughout the city of Marina through the enforcement of local ordinances and state laws dealing with various issues of building, zoning, housing, animal control, environmental health, and life safety. And whereas the role of Code Enforcement Officer has a challenging and demanding role and often does not receive recognition for the job they do in improving quality of life for residents and businesses of local communities. I'll just do the last one. Whereas the City of Marina wants to recognize and honor the Code Enforcement Officer that serves our community and acknowledge their role in leading the way to improve quality of life within our community. Now, therefore, this council does hereby proclaim that the second week of October 2024 and annually thereafter be known as Code Enforcement Officer Appreciation Week in the city of Marina. And I have hereunto set my hand and caused the official seal of the city of Marina to be affixed this first day of October 2024. Mayor Ruth Delgado signed this.
All right.
So
And our city manager, you want to say anything?
Yes, actually, Marissa, she is our fantastic code enforcement officer and does an amazing job. Do you have anything to?
I am Jessica. I am here.
That's fun.
That's okay. I am the building official. I am here on behalf of Marisa. She was not able to be here today, but we really appreciate her work and her dedication. She's been a great asset for the building department and for the city. So thank you. And I will accept that on her behalf.
Thank you, Jessica, for being part of that
thank you very much.
team.
And oh, Jessica.
Councilmember McAdams is going to lead us through a breast cancer awareness month proclamation.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Today kicks off Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and so my colleagues are adorned in pink ribbons and pink scarves. And so I was diagnosed in 2022 and went through a mastectomy and reconstructive surgery in 2023, and I'm a proud survivor of this disease. Whereas breast cancer is among the top 3 incidents of cancer in our communities, and whereas 1 in 8 women in the United States will develop breast cancer in her lifetime. Although significantly less common, men are also susceptible to developing breast cancer. Whereas three major factors that influence a person's risk of developing breast cancer are gender, age, and changes in certain breast cancer genes. Researchers have found females over 50 years old are the most susceptible to developing this disease. Whereas while these factors are beyond one's control, the Marina community can help reduce this risk of breast cancer by maintaining a healthy body weight, exercising regularly, getting enough sleep, controlling stress, abstaining from alcohol, and avoiding exposure to carcinogens and excessive radiation. And whereas regular breast cancer screenings, including mammograms, clinical breast exams, and breast self exams, also play an important role in breast cancer prevention and detection. Whereas this council encourages all Marina residents to learn the facts about breast cancer and take the necessary preventative measures and support those individuals and their families who are currently battling breast cancer and honor those who have lost the fight. Whereas this October, we take time to recognize the hardworking community members, organizations, and healthcare providers working towards a cure, and we honor all breast cancer survivors and all victims for their strength, grace, and perseverance. Now, therefore, be it resolved, I, Bruce Delgado, Mayor of City of Marina, do hereby proclaim October 2024 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month in the City of Marina.
Is there anyone here that would like to say a few words that came here for this item? Okay. All right. Thank you, Jenny. Next up, we have Interim Inc. to do a presentation. Thank you for coming tonight.
There we are. Good evening. Good evening. I'm Sherry Darpinian. I'm the Development Associate at Interim Incorporated. Thank you, Council Member Jenny McAdams and Mayor Bruce Delgado for inviting me to share with the Council about Interim. 7 months ago, I had the very good fortune to be asked to join Interim and become a part of the work and mission implemented each day throughout Monterey County. As I learned about Interim and the 1,800 plus clients we serve every year, I was amazed. This nearly 50-year-old agency had taken on the challenge of homelessness from almost its inception in 1975. Interim did this by addressing many of the root causes of homelessness while providing one of the most crucial pieces that a person with behavioral health challenge needs for recovery: stable housing. Interim recognized early on that stable housing contributes greatly and is intrinsically linked to a person's mental health. It also affects all aspects of achieving success in a person's life. For example, you need a physical address for everything from banking and the DMV to job applications and obtaining credit. In underserved and at-risk populations, such as our clients who have behavioral health challenges, housing stability is imperative to their recovery and in transforming their lives. Throughout Interim's history, affordable and stable housing has been at the forefront of our mission. Our vision of innovative and scalable housing has led to the development of 20 housing and treatment facilities since 1986. With a transformative approach, we have even repurposed existing and outdated buildings into modern multifunctional housing that fits seamlessly into mature neighborhoods. Examples of that include our new build, Sunrose Apartment Complex in Salinas, opened in 2023, and Bridge House in Marina, completed in 2018. Other projects like Sunflower Gardens, built in 2010, used construction innovation, and for that we earned a platinum certification, which is the top award at the U.S. Green Building Council. It was also the first affordable supportive housing project in California to win this award. Homelessness, along with affordable housing, are huge topics right now, and they're in the news almost daily. However, enduring and proven solutions to this issue are often a challenge, because homelessness is a complex issue that needs to be addressed from many angles. There is no one size fits all. And believe it or not all who are homeless want to be housed. Our previous executive director, Barbara Mitchell, has many stories about the challenges she faced encouraging homeless individuals to accept housing. Interim provides not only transitional housing for our clients, but also permanent housing, along with treatment and support to facilitate recovery. How do we do this? This is what I'd like to share with you tonight. Interim serves Monterey County residents who are 18 years and older and were diagnosed with serious mental illness. We serve people with both mental illness and substance abuse use, individuals with very low or no income, and individuals who are unhoused or at risk of losing housing. What is mental illness? It's a health condition involving changes in emotion, thinking, and/or behavior. It's associated with distress and problems involving social, work, and family functioning. Nearly 1 in 5 of U.S. adults experiences some form of mental illness. About 6% of the population has a serious mental illness or a serious emotional disturbance. We offer 9 types of services ranging from housing and community outreach to peer support and employment services, all of which work together to promote recovery and transformation to a healthier lifestyle. We serve clients locally in Monterey County and in South County. Earlier this year, we opened an office in Soledad that offers 3 of our programs to residents because it was difficult for them to find transportation to Monterey or Salinas to utilize services. Housing is an essential part of interim services. Since 1986, interim has acquired and renovated and constructed over 20 housing and treatment facilities. Why? Not enough affordable housing in the community. Average income of a client, $1,133 a month. Average rent for a studio, $2,414 a month. Our clients usually pay $320 a month. Section 8 vouchers are difficult to obtain and many landlords don't accept them. Leasing didn't work for us. If we didn't build it or buy it, clients didn't have housing. We originally had to fight to get projects and housing approved. We worked with neighbors and community officials. And with the help of city councils like yours, we've been able to accomplish numerous projects. Interim owns and operates various types of housing throughout Monterey County. Permanent, we have 192 beds. Transitional, we have 49 beds. Lease in the community, 22 units. Partnership housing beds, 24 units. All of our housed clients have access to mental health services, case management, and psychiatric services. The next 3 slides show Sandy Shores, Shelter Cove, and Rockrose Gardens, which are 3 of our supported housing sites in Marina. All contain on-site services and staff, along with at least 1 resident manager. And due to time constraints, I'm not going to detail each one. Our outpatient dual recovery program, the Academy and Keep It Real, is focused on treating individuals with both mental illness and substance abuse disorder. These programs aim to mitigate harm associated with substance use. The program includes individual treatment, group counseling, peer support, and support groups. Both programs' aim is to establish daily and meaningful structure, improve symptom management, increase personal and social functioning, and learn relapse prevention skills. Our Macomb program is located in Marina and Salinas. It has street outreach services in all of Monterey County. It transitions adults with serious mental illness off the streets and into treatment and housing. Beginning with initial contact and information gathering, Macomb starts the process for individuals experiencing homelessness to be housing ready, the first step on their path to recovery. The program also includes mental health professionals and peer support. Macomb links clients to our other programs such as Supported and Educational Program, also known as SEAS, to help create a positive and stable living environment so that our clients can reach their goal of becoming healthy, active, and productive members of our community. How do we transition from homelessness to housing? The transition begins with outreach and collaboration with law enforcement, hospitals, county behavioral health, and other homeless providers and shelters. We focus on homeless people with mental illness. And as I said previously, this can often be a lengthy process of building trust and encouraging individuals to accept housing and treatment, as our programs are completely voluntary. Coming soon, through collaboration and enduring community support, our 21st project in Monterey County, Marina Kai Apartments, is underway, where existing housing will be transformed to meet the ever-growing need for affordable housing. Our new build will provide 23 studios and 1 resident manager unit, staff offices, and a meeting room. One thing I'd like to highlight on this slide is that over 25% of our workforce are people with lived experience of mental health challenges. We also offer education and employment support to our clients through our SEAS program. We have a wonderful board of directors who are all volunteer, and without their support, we couldn't have grown and continued to reach our goals over the past 50 years. Together, we can help reduce housing insecurity and its many consequences, while supporting the transformation and recovery of underserved members of our local community, empowering them to lead fulfilling lives and meaningful lives. When we support each other, we all rise as a community. Thank you for this opportunity to share our work with you. Are there any questions?
Yeah, can you tell me your name and position title?
Sherry Darpinian, and I'm Development Associate.
And what was your name again?
Sherry?
Sherry.
Yes.
Sherry, what location is Marina Kai Apartments?
It's on Bayonet Circle off at the in Marina.
Okay, any questions for Sherry? It was a really comprehensive presentation. I appreciate it very much.
Thank you very much.
And I didn't know that Barbara Mitchell was no longer their executive director. Brian, you probably knew, right? Yeah. All right. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. Before you go, Sherry, do you want to introduce who came with you, your allies here?
Yes. I'm Carmen Torres Alfaro. I'm the Deputy Director for Interim.
All right.
Casey Powers, Division Director of Programs.
And I'm Alex Amesqua, Housing Development and Property Improvement.
All right. What a great team you have. I think we might have some input from Councilmember Biala.
Thank you for that amazing presentation and all the hard work you're doing. And you're so successful. And I'm ashamed to say that I didn't even know of your existence in Marina. And so I'm wondering if some of us could visit your facilities because I just didn't know about it. So I'm ashamed of that, but I can rectify that for the future. So it will contact maybe you for some kind of tour.
We would be happy to provide that.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say thank you for the presentation and for your meaningful work that you do in our community, especially with regards to, mental illness and addiction, which really go hand in hand. So I appreciate the work.
All right. Thanks again to all of you. All right. So next we have public comment, and this is to address anything that's not on the agenda tonight and also our consent agenda. So we'll open up to public comment. We always start with the folks in person. So if anyone in person wants to come on up, please do so. You have up to 3 minutes. Not seeing anyone rising. We'll go online. And if you're online.
I just, as a member of the public, I was going to
Sure.
step down too.
Okay. Please raise your hand if you're online and we'll get right to you in just a few moments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council people. I just wanted to again show pictures of the condition of our facilities as we go forward for Measure U. And Doug is trying to get those up. Okay, so these are this is this room actually, and behind this podium we have, whoops. Oh, okay. So this is this room, and of course we don't have blue rooftops here. It's plastic held down by sandbags. Also in the adjoining building over there, we have these things here covering up the windows for security reasons. Next slide. We see wires everywhere exposed over walkways, and we have the very old-fashioned fluorescent lights that are oftentimes pretty dirty. Yes. Oh, and then the security, the hole in the doors. This is a public facility, and you really can't have that connection from inside to outside. Anyone can slip through anything through the opening there. Next slide. These are just other pictures that I've taken. All of these are pictures that I've just taken with my iPhone. Next slide. This is the room that we just came from, actually. It's a very tiny room and very little space to walk around each other when we're sitting at the table. We have wires taped down again. The security is this little metal thing that moves over very ricketily. Thank you. Next slide. Again, the lights and the doors. And next slide. The bathrooms that are here and in the offices in the annex buildings. Next slide. Again, oops, then I guess we started with this one. Here's the wires again, exposed wires and the utility panels next to the men's bathroom. Next slide. This is our community center where our seniors and our children recreate. They have boarded up the overhead windows because they get broken with basketballs. Next slide. Same place, the community center. Look at the exposed wires here where the children do their homework. And you can see all the dilapidation. Next slide, I'm sorry. This is the kitchen in that same facility. And next slide. And this is the utility room in that same facility. So we are in 49-year-old portables that probably should have come down at least 40 years ago. And here we are still occupying these and allowing people from the community to come to these facilities. So I just want to say that this is the reason, one of the reasons, in addition to a new fire station and fire and police station, this is why we are asking for voting yes on Measure U. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kathy. Okay, so not seeing anyone raising your hand on remote. Give you another moment to do so. All right, let's go to Mia N. Welcome, Mia.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, good evening.
Good evening. Thank you. My name is Mia Nguyen. I just wanted to have a question about TMC and how they decided to basically not renew the lease to the city, which then does not renew the lease to the handcar rails business. I've seen their business very successfully. I've been attending their tours multiple times, and it's a lot of fun. It brings people to our city. So I would like to, kind of get an understanding of what our city has done to support the business, and going forward, what else can be done. The other comment I wanted to say is that the pictures presented earlier about the conditions of the buildings is it's quite bad. However, I've seen much worse in my high school days, and it's a matter of maintenance. And I'm curious as to what other options there are if the bond doesn't pass. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mia. And I think our city manager has written down those questions. The answers might be worth a lot of several minutes. And so, Lane, do you know how to get a hold of Mia?
I believe we have her contact information.
All right. Anyone else online? Just raise your hand. Otherwise, we'll close public comment. And to Mia, I want to say that I agree with you how valuable and wonderful the handcar operation is. And the city has done all it can do, and we're going to keep doing what we can do. there's a proposal to move it north, so it goes northbound instead of southbound, and Lane will give you more update details than that. Okay, let's go backward one step. I neglected to give council and staff a chance for their announcements, so let's go to council and staff announcements now. Our fire chief, Doug McCowan.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. I just want to remind everybody and invite them all to our open house next week, our annual open house. And also I want to point out this shirt that's going to be available for sale. All the proceeds from this shirt is going to be local. It's going to go to make sure I get this correct, the Breast Cancer Assistance Group of Monterey County. So all the proceeds, local 2520, your local firefighters union have purchased a bunch of the shirts that's going to be available at our open house. So I please encourage everybody to come by, enjoy everything at the open house, and they can purchase one of these shirts and the money will go to our local council society. So I just, we have it up on the screen here. So it's next Tuesday, October 8th from 4 to 7 p.m. It'll be out there in front of the fire station at 208 Palm Avenue. We're going to have a lot of games. We'll have crafts, we'll have food, we'll have light refreshments. We're going to have life-saving demonstrations and tools and any questions that you may ask. And we'll hopefully have a lot of vendors and community, PG&E, and all those types of people will be there. So please join us. Come meet your fire department, and we'll be looking forward to seeing you next Tuesday. Thank you.
Thanks, Doug, and to all the people putting it on. It's always a big and successful event, and it takes a lot of effort. So thanks to your crew.
Oh, yes. I mean, it takes a lot, and my crew's awesome. I mean, I kind of stay back out of the way because they do a lot better job without me muddling up the works.
All right. Thanks again. Our Recreation and Cultural Services Director, Andrea.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to let you know about several programs and events that are coming up in October. It's turning out to be kind of a busy month. Next week, MPUSD will be on their fall break. We're offering a half-day program at our teen center. We actually reached out to the teens and asked if they wanted us to stay open, and many of them said they did. So we are going to be open 4 hours a day, 2 to 6, I believe. And then we'll offer a full day program at the youth center. And that's already filling up. In addition, starting October 24th, we have our Youth Indoor Hockey League, which is for children K through 5th grade. And that happens across the way at the community center. Sunday, October 27th, we have our Halloween event at Vince DiMaggio Park. And this is the event where all pets are welcome. And there will be a dog agility course, a costume contest, custom dog portraits, and many more vendors. So that's a new event that we're trying, and we hope that you all show up for that one. That is Sunday, October 27th, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Vince DiMaggio Park. I'll put all these flyers at the back if folks want to take pictures of them, or you can go to our website where we have all the flyers as well. And then our two traditional Halloween programs. Halloween Fright Night is the youth activity up here at the community center and in the parking lot, where we'll have some trunk and treating and carnival games and bounce houses and food and entertainment. And then the Teen Fright Night will be down at the Los Arbolos Fields, and that's geared more towards teens with a video game truck and lots of inflatable obstacle courses and a rock climbing wall and a bungee jumping wall. So that will be a lot of fun. Again, I'll put these at the back if anyone wants to take a picture, or you can go to our website. And then my final announcement is that Laura Johansson, who has been an employee with the City of Marina for 38 years and was serving as our recreation specialist overseeing the youth program, has retired. Her last day was last Friday, but she was very specific that she did not want to be recognized at city council. She's very shy and did not want to be called up front and, given accolades and take pictures and whatnot. So we respected her wishes. The kiddos did throw her a nice big pizza party and wrote her nice thank you notes. And so she had a very good last week, and we all showed our love and appreciation, but she specifically asked that she not be recognized here. So I wanted to let you know we really appreciate her 38 years of service. She has served in many roles over the years and has done a fantastic job. So I just wanted to let you know.
All that. Okay, Kathy and Jenny, let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Elizabeth. Did you have something?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know October is very busy, Andrea, and there's one more event that people in Marina can attend at the Marina Equestrian Center. There'll be 2 weekends for haunted house experience from noon to 5, October 19 and 20, and October 26 and 27 at our own 4 afternoons at our own equestrian center in our city. So just make it a little bit more busy. Yeah, I know you had the whole stack there. Thank you.
Councilmember Biala? Councilmember McAdams?
Thank you, Mayor. I actually took the parent survey about the fall break at the teen center, so thank you for that. And my youngest son is signed up. He's excited. There's lots of work happening on the streets and some resurfacing and paving. We had some issues over the weekend, but I wanted to thank the residents who notified myself and the mayor, and also the Public Works team for being so responsive and providing a quick resolution. If you have any questions, you can email streets@cityofmarina.org. And also on the pavement management plan website, there's a list in alphabetical order that shows the fiscal year and what street is being done when. And then also everyone can order 4 free COVID tests delivered via the United States Postal Service. And you can go to www.covidtests.gov. So that's COVIDTESTS.gov. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I had 3 things, tagging on to what Councilmember McAdams just said. There were 39 streets in Marina that were slurry sealed, so they look like new streets, slurry sealed last week. And they cost about $350,000 ballpark to do those 39 streets. And so that's good to see those streets looking like they should. And Dad's Read, the Friends of Marina Library, puts on every month on the second Saturday of the month. There's a reading program for kids outside the Marina Library. And this month, Saturday, it's going to be about how frogs get ready for bed or don't get ready for bed. And then after the reading, there'll be real frogs and real salamanders and real snakes for kids and parents and everybody to touch and hold and take selfies with and stuff like that. So come on out every second Saturday of the month. This time it's October 12th, starts at 10 o'clock and it runs till about noon.
Mayor, who's doing the reading?
I'll be doing the reading on the frog. And it's going to be fun, but real live animals is really, really cool afterward as well. Last thing, on October 13th, that would be the next day, we'll have our monthly community volunteer cleanup, picking up all the litter and dumped items on Lapis Road and on Del Monte Boulevard from the Beach Road roundabout here near our library all the way over to the landfill. We do that once a month and we get lots of stuff every month. So that's 10 a.m. with pizza at noon. Meet us at the southern junction of Lapis Road and Del Monte Boulevard. It's actually a lot of fun. It's good exercise and you feel good when you're done because you've made a big difference. So that's October 13th. Okay, so now we'll move on to our consent agenda. Does anyone have any brief question, comment, or wish to pull it something for more in-depth discussion? Let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a kind of comment about 10F1. I just want to make the comment that we just heard the great presentation from Interim on their services, and in this item 10F1, we are
pointing out that we were given 1,340 acre feet of water from Fort Ord. And today we are looking to allocate we only have 5.2 left, and we're looking to allocate 2 of that to interim, a little over 2. So I just hope that any action we take tonight really strengthens our relationship with interim. We know that our success as a city depends on strong relationships and good relationships with housing service providers like yourself. And I'm just really optimistic and looking forward to, what the next decade, 2 decades holds for Marina and how we can work together to do this. So those are my comments, Mayor. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Bishop?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one tiny typo in 10B1, almost the last paragraph. It says the handcar owners, and they are looking to head the handcars north since and it should say can't go south anymore. Just, yeah, tiny typo. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember McAdams?
Thank you, Mayor. And I have the similar comment on F1 with regards to the water allocation for the Marina Kai apartments. I'm really excited about this partnership. And, again, thank you for your services and looking forward to bringing some more affordable housing to our city.
Okay. I wanted to make a comment brief on 10G1 spending 1.2 million plus 1.2 million approximately to remove 62 to 65 of the barracks buildings that are left, the army blighted buildings down there along Second. And then it also says 260 duplex housing. I can't believe 1.2 million is going to replace. Can you explain what the 1.2 million will cover, please, City Manager Langlong?
Yeah, and I apologize for that. All that it's removing is there's 19 blighted units on Second Avenue. I'm down on the southern end of the city, and then there's one up by the Equestrian Center. And so it's definitely not 260. That's kind of what we have remaining up in Cypress Knolls.
All right. So we have 65 approximate barracks remaining, and we have 260 duplexes remaining to be demolished. And this removes, you said about how many? About 19 or 20 of those. And that's for 1.2 million. So that's approximately 2%, or maybe, I'm sorry, it's approximately 10% of what's left to do. So 10% for 1.2 million, and we got 90% of what's left still to go. Okay. Let's go back to Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just would like to add that it also includes the old fire station at the corner of 9th Street and California Avenue. So one more for that amount. Well, thank you.
All right. Thank you. Councilmember Biala,
Like to make a motion to accept the consent agenda as presented.
is there a second? I'll second. All right. Any final comments before we go to a vote? All in favor, please say aye.
Hi.
All opposed to interim getting their water, say no. All right, that motion passes unanimously. Thank you, everybody, and congratulations, interim. Thank you for all your hard work. And we move on to the highlight of the night. If it can get any better, Felipe Melchor is coming up. He's the general manager for Regen Monterey to present to us on the proposed new contract for the composting facility.
My name is Felipe Melcher. I'm the general manager at Regen Monterey. And I'm here to talk about a agreement that definitely will bring interest to the city of Marina. This is an effort for us to continue to have dialogue around odor that is managed at our landfill facility derived through public delivery or collected through collection vehicles. So at this point, we are going to discuss an extension agreement that has to do with our compost facility that it exists on our 415 acre facility. And this agreement has not been signed. It's in process. We are working with our composter Kite company to work out the terms of the agreement. And we felt it would be a great opportunity for us to let our neighboring city be aware of the agreement and also give feedback or comments on the item. So that's why I'm here tonight. Thank you for having me. So I'm gonna just quickly talk about our facility services that we provide. We have a material recycling facility. We process about 350 to 400 tons per day. We have a compost facility. We do about 100 tons a day. And we also have a landfill facility that we take about 2,000 tons of material a day. We have a cogen plant where we take out our landfill gas from the landfill facility. We process it and we create about 5 megawatts of power there. We also have services like our HHW, which stands for hazardous household waste, which could be your computer, your leftover solvents, any detergents, any oils, propane canisters. So there's a variety of items that we are trying to manage away from the landfill. And the compost facility is another item where legislation came into effect and we had to deliver a solution to meet legislation. So Kite's our composting company. They're our partners in a circular economy. We take out the material at curbside, then we receive it, then we process it, we make some compost material, and then it's usually delivered back into the Salinas Valley where it's reused again for row crop, like broccoli and asparagus and many other items that we grow here in the Salinas Valley. They've been our contractors since 2009. One of the items they did right early on in 2009 was come in and really save the operation for composting. We didn't have somebody in line to take over that operation. The existing operator was facing financial difficulties. And so at that point, Kite came into play and says, I will take over the composting operation. The company produces about 130,000 tons of compost a year using commercial, residential food scraps through the collection methods that we have today, which would be your curbside collection service at your home, commercial collections that are happening at businesses, and then industrial projects that are happening at new developments or new areas. Some of the reasons and intents around having our partner, one is definitely legislation and compliance with 1383, Senate Bill 1383. Climate action, diverting organic materials from the landfill reduces methane emissions. And we want to continue to be able to reduce the amount of methane being emitted into the atmosphere. So looking at all these different variety of technologies that helps us mitigate emissions straight from the surface into the atmosphere. There's better ways of doing it. We are a class 3 landfill, non-hazardous landfill. We are a regulated facility. We have a circular economy is, again, getting materials that are being used and discarded. We capture them and then we repurpose it and make compost material out of it. And most of that material is derived through Monterey County collection and some through Santa Cruz County. Creating local jobs and supporting self-hauling landscaping businesses in their endeavor to continue to manage materials that we create during business or just normal living at a residence. Senate Bill 1383 is probably the entire reason why we're here. You know, Senate Bill 1383 required us to take out and take action to reduce the amount of organics entering into the landfill and trying to reduce the amount of emissions that are created through landfilling operations. So we have gone the route to compost, collect that material, run it through a process, have compost material. And I think we were ready for the legislation to come out. Not all cities and all counties had a facility like this, so they had to think of a solution on the fly that required them to deliver materials and transport it via collection vehicle, via transfer truck, which means just a bigger capacity vehicle that has to travel a long distance to get to an operation where they can conduct this composting and comply with Senate Bill 1383. Composting operations at Regen Monterey. Windrow composting is the current operation method of creating compost there. It takes about 120 days to 160 days to create fresh compost from your leftover banana peels and green waste and yard clippings. They've been providing windrow service for about 36 years now from Regen Monterey. And again, in 2009 through 2021, Keith Day Company is operated on a year-to-year. There's some challenges with year-to-year operation agreements because this sort of operation requires many capital investments with equipment to go through the full processing have-to-haves. So there is a big component to managing capital, and year to year really put a big stress on that composter that we're relying heavily on to help us comply with regulation. The current agreement is about to expire. It's a 3-year agreement with a 1-year extension. What we're recommending to our board is to take the 15-year base term proposed agreement to the board for review and for approval or denial, and looking for them to approve a 15-year operation. And that will help us with the couple items that we have that are happening at the same time. One is we're preparing for a transition of the composting operation as it lives today. So I mentioned windrow composting. It is now going to a covered aerated static pile methodology of composting. That's going to require us to have a partner for a duration of time as we learn how to deliver the new composting process. The new composting process is going to get away from exposed piles of compost to a covered membrane over the pile. So you'll see something different being introduced probably third quarter to the fourth quarter of 2025. And direct injection of oxygen into the piles rather than the existing method is where we're pulling a machine that's turning the pile, that's putting oxygen into the pile so it could generate the heat and go through its composting cycle. This is going to help us with odor mitigation, and it'll help us with fugitive emissions as well coming from this particular operation that we have. The other item is going to the CASP. It's a big investment for Regen Monterey. It's about a $3 million gate rate dollars that we will be using for that particular CASP, and then a $3 million Cal Recycle grant that we received. So the total investment to bring the CASP technology or composting cycles to Regen is in the ballpark of $6 to $7 million after it's all said and done. Partners with Regen Monterey, they helped us divert materials from the landfill, curb the greenhouse gas emissions, comply with 1383, are some of the factors in the 15-year agreement. Here we have is a table where you can look at the current operations lease agreement parameters versus the new parameters are coming in line. Probably the two that are most the interesting items here that have to do with today's presentation is the base term of 15 years. And then we have 2 5-year options to come shortly at that. So the term could be 25 years. One of the questions that I had to receive preamble to this was, is 15 years a normal period for this sort of agreement? And with the type of investment being made by both parties and operators, it's the way to mitigate the risk on behalf of both parties. And one of the last agreements that this city entered into was with Green Waste Recoveries. It was a 15-year term. They're running X amount of vehicles throughout the peninsula, thus needing time to pay off some of the risk of purchasing capital investments that are required for these types of operations. The 15-year agreement, if executed, would take us to 2039. The life of the landfill is expected between 120 to 130 years from now. So there is a life long period. The other couple of items from this slide here that I think are really important for me are the ability to get out of the agreement. There's language in the agreement that if the process is not doing what they need to be doing, we have a way out. I think there's a couple other options in there as well for us to get out of the agreement if that's going to be needed in the future. You know, we want to be good neighbors. We're delivering a public service that serves a wide area where the public needs this type of service. So we want to continue to be transparent. It gives the city of Marina to be a voice. We also heard your voice in 2021 when we put into action into the existing agreement, Exhibit D. And I think this is where we have our opportunity to just look at it. I think it's a good opportunity to evaluate what we put in there to mitigate and address odors that are coming in. If it's received a certain way, we jump into action. If we received an odorous pile, we want to evaluate what is it? Is it something typical that we normally received? Is it something that we want to stray away from? And there has been items where the composter has stopped receiving certain materials because we remained curious and observant to our contribution to odors in the area. There's many reasons. I'm not going to read through all of them. But I think we heard you back in 2021. I met with odor subcommittee that exists through Marina back in 2022. We talked a little bit about the spend, the change in the operation, and how things were going with mitigating odor through our current operation. We want to continue to show our commitment. We want to be creative, and we want to continue to invest in operational practices that can help us mitigate issues and concerns that arise throughout our operation. I put on a slide together, which is the odor complaint process on how it works today. Residents can call Monterey Bay Air Resources District, also known as MBARD. There's a phone number up above. I'll go ahead and read that. 831-647-9411. Submit, or you can submit the claim online at mbard.org/submit a complaint. Is the first initial way to initiate a complaint. We recommend that if you experience it, that you do. It's the only way we can track and collect data. If you don't call in, it's really hard for us to do that and get a real accurate number of occurrences. Complaints are then sent to from Monterey Air Resources Board. The complaints are sent back to some of the services that are in your surrounding area. Marina is one of them. Monterey One Water, Keith Day Company, Regen Monterey, some agricultural partners all receive this email asking if there's any particular item going on in the current operation that could contribute it to the assessment of odor in an area. Regen Monterey is highly vested, and I will stand on my box right now is we investigate all the odors that come in through that complaint process, whether we believe it's ours or not. We go out. If we get the complaint real time, we'll send our operations manager to go to the location and just annotate what he's seen along the way. And it's really just to try to help what's going on in the area. Is it anything contributed from ag? Is it anything contributed from infrastructure? Is it anything going on in our area? So we're all asked often, what do we do? So we're checking what's going on in our operation. We're checking out if there's anything extraordinary going on. And we give awareness to all our operators on the activity that we had odor complaint. And we're just keeping an eye out what is happening real time. And I think we do that the best. We really looking at what is driving it, how do we participate in being a partner, and we're not really trying to push this off on anybody other than saying we're a willing partner to help mitigate odor and look at all aspects. Again, we're heavily regulated and will continue to be regulated even after the landfill close. So at this point, we're still able to operate and we're meeting all the criterias of the regulation. Some best practices, new innovations and regulatory requirements for the area. As mentioned, we're regulated operations by local, state, federal agencies to reduce emissions, odor, and protect the environment. And one of our 3 driving pillars of our foundation is the environment. So we take that very serious. We do what we do because of the environment. $6 million cover aerated static pile. It's a composting technology to be introduced in 2025. Again, it's a membrane that will now cover piles, so we can reduce some of the dust. The piping systems will deliver oxygen to accelerate and manage the composting process and cycles. Regen contributed to funding towards an independent odor study within the area. So did Monterey One Water, and we heard some things in that study. One of them was, you guys should do a CASP, and it was something that we already had discussed that we were in the process of doing. We continue to be looked at across California and throughout the nation as one of the leaders in landfilling and the design and having multiple facilities to manage on one property. So we want to carry a high level standard. We want to continue that. And that's the way our professional partners are looking at us, as one of the fine groups of people that is really doing a fine job at managing waste that the public can't manage themselves. We're going to have the change to the compost yard to reduce odors and emissions. We also had some changes to our aeration ponds. We had a finding that we should get more aeration through our ponds. So we went through, we invested in better aeration technology to mitigate our ponds. And some of our ponds are at their lowest point of the amount of water we have in it. So we're doing a really good job managing all aspects.
What was the cost of that? Approximately?
I would say about $60,000. We had to get some wind turbine operated to create the power so that it just keep aerating and producing oxygen to be inputted into the water ponds that we have out there. Other best practices that we do. So the active landfill areas, it's covered daily with 6 inches of covered material. Inactive areas of the landfill are covered with a foot or more of material, and that's to reduce emissions as well. Surface emission sweeps are monitored 4 times a year. It means that somebody goes with a probe and does segments and sector evaluations of emissions. And then we get an opportunity to correct. If we don't correct, we get hit with fines and penalties, and we're forced to do more mitigation around the amount of surface emissions that are determined. We just did our last SEM test, and that's the surface emissions test. And we had 3 wells that were concerning. We were able to resolve 2 within the same time period that they did the inspection, and 1 that took us about 2 days to resolve, and then we eliminated it altogether. So we essentially had 0 violations in that inspection as a result of us getting a whole lot better at mitigating and resolving anything that has to do with emissions or contributions of odors. Regen also manages and upgrades a network of about 100 landfill gas extraction wells. We use that methane again for renewable power. We also have a landfill conditioning system that removes hydrogen sulfide before combustion, meaning we want to take the odorous smells out of it before we burn it. Because if we burn it before we do that, then we are contributing to odor, and we don't want to do that. Our regulatory inspectors are a variety: Monterey County Health Department, or we call them the LEA, the Air District, which is MBARD, the Water Board, which is a regional water board from Santa Maria, San Luis Obispo, I take that back. The EPA came with the water board in our last inspection. I think actually they came with MBARD. And the Department of Toxic Substance Control are some of the regulatory agencies. And again, we're meeting our criteria. They allowed us to open our doors. Methane management and technology include automatic gas extraction technology. So the photo on the right is a wellhead, and we're piloting our well extraction technology to be automated, and where we don't have to go and tune these as climatic changes occur. Climatic changes can occur and they will self-adjust, which will help us reducing surface emissions as well. So we're excited about the technology. It's the first technology that we'll have where we can see right now it's 20 of the 100 wells that are on that technology. It's in a pilot phase, and we would love to manage all of our landfill gas wells on a monitor and just go right to any of the issues that we have that we would know of right away, rather than having to have a surface emissions test. So again, elevating the bar around identifying if we have fugitive emissions occurring at our facility. A couple other partners that we have a partnership with the University of Cal Berkeley, and it's to aid the study of landfill emissions. We had, they have a technology, I think they call them RoboDog. It's a headless robotic dog that goes out there and walks the terrain, and they're collecting data on surface emissions as well. And they share it with us so that we can learn, and they're also making studies so that others can learn well as well. And then they create regulatory compliance out of these studies as well. We also participate in NASA's Carbon Mapper program to identify methane leaks. So fly over, looking to see if we have these leaks occurring, and then addressing them with urgency. The Keep Day Agreement. Some more reasons on why Keep Day. He's a highly respected composting operator and landscaping supply, not only here in Monterey County, but in the state of California. He's helped us with a couple of big items that have been, I would say, a challenge for some other cities that don't have a partner like this. And there was a requirement to procure compost back for every one of the peninsula cities. That was going to cost the city $28 a ton for that material. It was going to require the city to figure out where they put this material, how they put that material there, how they pick it up, and how do they deliver it. A lot of nuances around what was going on. We shared with Keep Day. We worked with Cal Recycle, and we came up with what they call a direct service agreement, which reduced the amount of cost exposure to the city, which went from $28 a ton to $5 a ton. And don't worry about it. We will find a farmer, we'll deliver it, we'll spread it. And Cal Recycle took that as you will be compliant, you meet the need of the purchase requirement on composting through Senate Bill 1383 as well. Also in 2022, again, he was a year-to-year agreement, and we had legislation enact itself. 1383 gave us some leeway, but 22 was the time where cities had to comply and start getting residents to put food organic materials into the green organics container along with its green waste, which caused a deviation from how we ran the composting operation. And he did that without hesitation, without an ask. And he wants to continue to be a partner. He wants to better continue to deliver on this product and also to deliver the compliance around Senate Bill 1383. He just wants to do it without the possibility of him being out in the following year. He's done everything right for the last 11 years. We have a lot of confidence in him, and we're not prepared to manage this service ourselves at this point. We don't have the customer base. We don't have the equipment to go and deliver it to these farms and ranches, nor do we have the workforce for it. So we're not prepared for that transition at this time. And that will conclude my presentation. I'll take some questions.
Excellent presentation, pretty dense. Thank you,
Yeah.
Felipe. I wanted to start by saying in 1985, this organization, now called Regen, used to be called the Monterey Regional Waste Management District, got an award for being the #1 waste management organization in the country. And it's continued to be a really good company or public agency. And it has a lot of services, including second chance, or sorry, last chance, and concrete crushing and batteries and paints. And in addition to the landfill and the composting, it has many services next to our sewage treatment plant, which is run by Monterey One Water. So we're really lucky in some ways to be very close to you and be very convenient for us. The drawback is that we get the odors from these industrial sources, the farming and the sewage treatment. So it's pros and cons for those of us in Marina. What was the investment amount of Keith Day? You talked about the covered aerated static pile. The CASP was $6 million to the public agency that you represent, Regen. How much did Keith Day invest in that?
So Keith Day is done investing in the transition. We applied for a Cal grant, and we are using gate rate fees to make the second portion of the purchase, which is a total of $6 million investment.
Okay,
Yes.
so $3 million came from the state, and $3 million comes from when people go over the scales.
Correct.
We take some of that scale revenue
Correct.
and match the $3 million.
Yes.
So we put $3 million in the game, and Keith Day in that project didn't invest. That was
Correct.
Okay.
This is a regen driven opportunity to change the composting operation and cycles.
okay. Something that is probably most important to Marina residents is the source of the odors. And you're talking a lot about composting tonight. You didn't talk about potentially the landfill might have some odors, but you did talk about covering the landfill. So in a way, you did touch on that. I understand that there's a sewage lift station. Is it at the top of DeForest near Windy Hill Park?
I think it's a little bit further down.
Okay, so it'd be the top of Crescent Avenue.
I believe so.
And does that generate odors at times?
I would.
You don't want to throw anyone under the bus?
No, I don't. I'm not here for that. I think that, there is other contributors, and lift stations are one of them. It is a holding tank for sewage to get to the sewage plant. There's a level, and once it hits a certain level, it starts pumping that sewage towards the facility. So it's part of the infrastructure. Every city has
All right.
stations that deliver that type of material.
Okay. Does that type of infrastructure, wherever it might be in the world, at times release odors?
I would say yes.
Okay. And then farming, when Ramco, the farming of strawberries, puts on new treatments, new amendments,
Yes.
and whether it's Ramco or whether it's Chicago or California, sometimes those emit
Yes.
odors that
Yes.
can travel.
Yes.
Okay. In the last 20 years, have various sources sort of been the culprit? Time and, like sometimes it's the compost, sometimes
I would say yes. I think on what's favorable when we have climatic weather is when it's warm. Heat travels upwards, so it dissipates a lot quicker. Days that it's foggy and dense here, that is, it's being retained under that layer until it opens up and allows it to go up. So I would say yes. For the last 20 years, there is a variety of contributors to odor in Marina.
Okay. Thank you. Let's go to Councilmember Biala.
I think we have to go to the public first, right?
This is a presentation.
Ah,
It's not an action item.
Oh, okay. All right. So we participated, many of the residents in Marina, maybe 2 years ago in a odor study.
Mhm.
And I remember we had a presentation, but honestly, I cannot remember the summary of that. Could you refresh our memory about where the
Sure.
sources of
I
were
I
coming
love
from?
the opportunity. You
Good.
know, I think they were in line where there was challenges with the study itself. I think most of the studies happened at Regen Monterey because we allowed them to come onto our property and put probes there.
Sure. I
Uh,
participated, by
Yeah,
the way.
and
It
I
was difficult.
and I think you know, if you want to find odors there, you're gonna find them there. It's, you know, whether they make their way here and whether they're 100% every time belong to us, I think is unknown. You know, I'll never know whether that odor is coming from here, but I can always go back and try to investigate what's going on with our operation. The other items that came out of that in a very short manner was the CASP,
Yes.
and that we had best practices in place. Some of the recommendations that were brought forward were ones that we already were doing and managing at the time.
Right. We were, when we did the odor study, they were bringing in bags from different locations. So I had thought that they were going to do at least a statistically relevant sampling size, and you're saying that it was not.
It was all done on Regen property. I think there was one probe in the city of Marina. And I think that's where we could have done a better job. We probably should have had more probes in the areas where people called in and had complaints, and we didn't see that. But again, we were outside of the study recommendations. We were hands off during the study because we didn't want to be viewed as favoring the study one way or another. So we sat and watched and received the same information from SES Engineering
Right.
consulting firm.
And they made other recommendations, right, besides Regen? on other
Regen was
sites.
not the only
Right.
facility looked at, but
Right.
I think the big captures for us were the items I mentioned.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you aware of other recommendations for other agencies?
I am aware that the drying beds at Monterey, One Water will be going away in 2025 due to Senate Bill 1383, which would only allow them to take 25% of that existing material into the existing landfill.
Mhm.
So 75% of that material is going to be transported out of the county in the future. So that was an item that was identified, and
Great.
we were already aware of legislation and the change coming to their operation. They're prepared to make the transition 2025.
So how would we know we've been improving? Is it just by the decrease in complaints, or are you testing again, or how does this go?
You know, I collect the data, so I know, you know, how much I can see the amount of complaints going down.
Okay.
But again, I think this is where we ask the public, if they have them, don't just talk about it, call them in.
Sure.
It gives us data to look at, to help us find solutions if there is that many. You know,
Sure.
when you look at, we have 800 users a day, 6 days a week. You know, and we don't see complaints come from the user at the facility. I'm not saying it doesn't smell. It's not to the point where people are complaining. It's just too hard to use your facility.
Mm.
But so we're tracking it. We track every complaint that comes through.
And obviously the odor study was stimulated because there were so many complaints, and Marina had been one of those jurisdictions that had a lot of complaints. So if the complaints are in fact going down, that's good.
I was definitely less than 75 for the last year. So
Okay.
when you look at the total count, I don't have the exact number, but I know it was less than 75. I don't think there was any year that it was over 100.
Great.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I'll start just to the council by saying that I know this is a presentation, but it is listed as an action item. I see a couple folks in the audience that were involved in the odor group. I would like to hear from them if they want to speak. I don't know if they do. I know one submitted a letter. So that's number one. And then I guess to Felipe, thank you so much for being here. I mean, I think it speaks volumes and your sincerity of engaging with the city and really wanting to hear what the concerns are. I mean, that for me, that's huge. Maybe something that we haven't had in the past.
And I also want to acknowledge that I think I understand at least that this isn't up to us, right? You're an organization that's going to make this decision, what's the best for region. But given that we've been provided a voice, you know, I don't want to miss an opportunity to express my concerns publicly about, you know, this potentially 25-year lease. To put that into perspective, most people in this room will be past their life expectancy in 25 years. Said another way, many of us will be dead. It's a long time, right? So there's a lot that can change in 25 years. We've seen, you know, developments and with the anaerobic digester and these new laws regarding composting and organics, and we don't know what the legislative landscape necessarily looks like in 25 years. And I'm just concerned that we're going to be in the same long-term position to have quality of life complaints from our residents. So I guess I would ask three things. One, that region just really thinks hard about the validity of the outs that you kind of spoke of in the lease, and whether you think that they are truly enforceable should this not go as well as you hope that it will. Two, you know, winter time is always our complaint time frame. So I know you're looking to get this lease signed sooner rather than later, but I don't know if there's any value to waiting until after this kind of odor period to sign the lease. With just a suggestion. I didn't write three down, so I've already forgotten it. But again, I really appreciate you being here, and it really does mean a lot to me personally, given this is an issue that I've been involved in for about 15 years since we've been here, you know, with the anaerobic digester and all these different issues. And I think it's something that unfortunately we are going to deal with for a long time, given our proximity to ag, given that we have these waste treatment facilities that, quite frankly, all of the waste from Pacific Grove and Carmel travels right down into this infrastructure that releases, you know, smells into our community. And so we know that it's not one source, but we also know that the compost is a well-known source throughout the state. So those are my comments. Thank you. Mayor.
I just wanted to say thank you to you. You've been a voice that's kind of driven the discussion. It was early on my arrival at Regen. You and Mayor Delgado took a call on Monday or Tuesday at 8 o'clock at night so we could have this discussion. It was a very short turnaround for us to even get to the point where we had just prepared for today's meeting, but the team made it happen. It was very important for me to be here. So thank you for your vested interest and being a voice of the community with that long-term concern. I think the question around the outs, we'll leave it at the attorney's table saying, you know, is this enough to get us out? And we'll raise that as one of the main drivers of our decision. So we appreciate your voice. Thank you.
Thank you both. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Vischer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, 25 years from now, I don't know about you, but I hope to see you here.
Me too.
So, so I would also like to hear from the public, and especially since I live in an area that's usually not affected. So it's very local. It seems, you know, the Central Marina and North Marina, of course. And I don't have a scientific statistic, whatever you say that, reliable statistics, but I only read next door. And it seems that the complaints have really gone down, but maybe people got tired of posting. I don't know. So it will be good to get more data. And it seems that by next year, the third quarter, things will change. So it's for
The
better.
operation will change.
So
It'll
it
start
might
to
be
change.
worth waiting, you know, for next year. But then it's easy for me to say, I don't know, I'm not affected by the odors. So thank you for the presentation.
You're welcome. I would just like to address your concern with posting it. I think if you're going to post items about odor, to please call in to MBARD so we can have data around the complaints.
But I've seen
Yes.
some
yes.
residents, at least one resident, usually will post it right in those comments.
Great.
We don't mention names here, but
Great.
thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And we'll come back to council because I was thinking it was a presentation, but the city attorney and I already said, yeah, we should go to public comment regardless. We still have the opportunity, even if it was just a presentation, not an action item, to do that. So let's take a break from council now and go to the public, starting with those that are here. Come on up if you'd like to speak to this matter.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. After hearing Philippe Melchior's, thank you, General Manager's presentation, my comments are going to change a little bit. So I'm very encouraged. But I was one of the group of residents actually in District 3, Northern Marina, where we really had a lot of odor impacts. I'd say from about 2016, 2015, and it got worse. Anyway, I think a lot of folks know the history. I just want to point out that the prior management of the Regional Waste Management District, I'm sorry, over this issue, they were gaslighting us. They were saying, oh no, it's not us, it's this, it's that, it's this. And I think we need to recognize that. That was a real problem and no one was making any progress. A lot of residents started complaining. We had an odor meeting. There was pressure to get an odor study and we got some results. And I'm really pleased to hear what I heard tonight because I think that's a result of it. That odor study positively identified composting, landfill, and water treatment as 3 odor sources. It didn't exclude other sources. Yeah, the sewer may back up and do something. Maybe something happens in ag, not very often. In agriculture, they do not dump dead things on fields. There's laws against that that can cause anaerobic odors, which is the rotten garbage smells we were smelling. I lived in the neighborhood where that was going on. I will say, and it's not a scientific study, but my mind knows in the last year or two, odors have gone down, and that's a good thing. And that's non-scientific, but just based on my own observation. They're not absent. We still smell them. And just yesterday, I smelled Monterey 1 water blowing east. When winds change to the east, we get wintertime inversions. Odors get trapped at the ground level. The winds change. Instead of from the northwest, they come from the east or northeast. That's when we get odors getting into northern and central Marina. I smelled the Salinas Monterey 1 sludge pile yesterday. It's not terrible. I have a very good nose and I smelled it. That's that smell. Anyway, what I would like to thank the mayor for bringing up the fact that contract's up, and I would like to know if the council could. I think we're already engaged in this. The one question I really have is I see CASP, the covered air static piles are mentioned in the contract, but I don't actually see it really specified how and where it's going to be done. In fact, section 4.008 in the proposed contract under odor control refer to Appendix D and what we do. Appendix D says we may cover the pile. So I think right now the contract is missing a clear description of that the CASP system is going to be used. But I think that is great news. It's what we're asking for. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Craig. And if you're online, we'll get to you in just a moment. You can start to put your hands up. That would be helpful.
Good evening, Grace Silva Santella. Thank you to the mayor, to Councilmember McCarthy, to my neighbor Greg Simmons for the amount of time that they have put in, especially Councilmember McCarthy and Greg. I was certainly one who has over the years filed a number of complaints about odors, and I will agree it has become much, much better. And I am one of those who on Nextdoor and wherever else make sure that if people are complaining about odors, that they call MBARD. I just recently called MBARD. You always get a phone call back, which I greatly appreciate. I also want to acknowledge the change in the management at the landfill. They've been far more responsive than we had previous, and this is much, much appreciated by the residents of Marina. I am a consumer of Keith Day landscape supply materials. Leading up to the Marina Garden Tour, I don't even want to think about how much money they got from me. And then recently in our landscape project, the Friends of the Marina Library landscape project at the Marina Library, we purchased some of their small wood chip. However, having said that, and I think they have a fabulous operation out there, I am concerned about a 25-year lease. I know that this isn't something that you all are taking action on. And in large part, I have concerns about it because we are right now starting the building of Marina Station. And when Marina Station is finally built out, which I think has a 10-year span, who knows what might still be occurring at that time, and it would be good if we could know that if part of the issues we continue to have, though greatly reduced, are coming from the compost landscape operations, we might have some ability to do a deep dive into what's going on. So my suggestion is that a contract not be for more than 10 years, the build out of Marina Station. It gives us a better idea of hearing back from Marina residents what might be happening, because truly, as Councilmember Fisher has pointed out, it is one side of Marina that really gets blasted by this. And so Marina Station, if we continue to have any problems, are going to be the new homeowners that are really going to get blasted. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Grace. Let's go online. Raise your hand, please, if you'd like to zoom in with us. I see David Ramirez is there. Thank you, David, for listening tonight. David is the chief engineer now at Regen, so it's on his shoulders that this goes right as far as compost operations and all the other operations that are out there. He has a lot to say about that. Okay, we'll close public comment, come back to City Council. Felipe, if you can come on up and address the optional versus the gonna happen covered aeratic static pile.
It's in the design right now, so we're designing what it look like. It's gonna go in its existing area. So there's a plot where we have the existing composting operation. It'll go in the same place. We're just looking at design. Is it subsurface oxygen lines, or are they going to be above surface? We're looking at just details of what the design will be look like, but it's coming.
Okay. Would it be problematic to change may to shall in Exhibit D?
I hear those I'd love to hear the comments back, right? I think Brian was heavily invested in giving some comments back in D, and we agreed that we would take those back to the team and incorporate them where we felt the need was there. And I don't have an issue with the request that you
So
have.
maybe we'll get a letter from maybe even Lane suggesting, well, having our comments would be good to get the official letter to the board.
That'd be good.
And to I have some more comments for you, Felipe, but to our city attorney and city manager, would it be appropriate for the two of you to look over this language and maybe even from a legal standpoint to be able to suggest changes that would be reasonable and helpful?
Yes, I think for the benefit of the city of Marina, yes.
And Felipe, what's special about 25 years versus 10 years financially? I know there's a lot of investment. You got to recoup it. Keith Day's got to recoup it. So what's the 25 years based on?
Well, it's actually not 25-year term. It's a 15-year term plus a 5-year extension and a 5-year extension. It just means if he's a good operator, he's doing everything he's supposed to, we'll grant him another 5-year term without having to go out and procure and investigate and try to, all the reasons mentioned in the earlier presentation to try to find in a new composter.
Okay, so is the 15 base year contract based upon return on investment?
I think it's the risk and liability of purchasing new equipment that he has to purchase. That's the D9s that cost you 2.4 million.
Which is his investment.
Those are his
To make sure that he's going to get back, he needs to be in business long enough to get back what he puts in to run.
At least on the equipment side, you would say you would want a certain period to depreciate over that term.
Okay.
So if he buys any pieces of equipment in year one, he can go full depreciation over a 15-year period if the vendor will allow that. If you're in year 7, you now only have 8 years to depreciate new equipment. So as years run down, the opportunity to buy new expensive equipment becomes more difficult because you're not guaranteed that you'll pay off that piece of equipment before the term expires.
All right. Since this is a public-private partnership between Keith Day and Regen Monterey, can the city access the investment amount to see from the city's perspective that it's going to take 15 years Because right now it's probably a handshake.
It's all contingent of our board. Our board can ask for the information. It doesn't mean it'll be released at this point. We bill for the inbound material and he bills for the service. Those are the two only investment categories that we're aware of at Regen Monterey at this time.
Right. What I'm hearing from the public is, why not a 7, a 10, a 12? Why does it have to be 15?
Sure.
And so for us and the public to know why, we'd have to be told why.
Sure.
And so, okay, so that's probably something that we can address.
And it starts now, but it becomes very hypothetical if you're going into year 8 because you don't know what the changes are going to be. And I think that's what the public needs to recognize is the term of the agreement is a normal term for this type of capital investment for any organization.
Okay.
I think that's most important.
Okay, I got a couple more points, but let's go to Councilmember Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, and that's what I was considering too, is the fast developing improvements. I mean, CASP we're hearing about now, who knows what the future is going to have in terms of another set of expectations for reducing odors or whatever. So I completely understand it. I would like, though, I think Grayson Silva Santana's suggestion of her bringing up that Marina Heights is going to be developing, living in the northernmost part of Marina. So again, I think it's that we should be considering some kind of outreach or evaluation of those people's experience of the odors.
I couldn't agree more. I think a disclosure would be appropriate. I think we can develop a factual sheet of the services that we're providing. I think there's others that can be involved in that same kind of fact development of the services being rendered in the county area. That's very in the proximity of Marina residents and the develop of the Marina station. So
Right.
I think that was something I left out intentionally because I like to circle back to the subcommittee around odors to talk about what that would look like for the new homeowners that could be entering into the Marina station. I think it's an opportunity to disclose and share the experience and where we're at. And hopefully we're talking about the improvement of it. Of our process and our operations that we have at Regen Monterey. I know I'll be here to speak about it.
Great,
sure.
great.
Years.
And you might want to, I don't understand why you put may in terms of the cast, but you could at least maybe say, as the mayor said, shall have, and then at least one site that includes the cast.
Sure.
Because I know you're tenuous right now because it's a new thing, but we just need a guarantee that somebody's not going to back out.
Yeah, and I don't have the
This.
authority to make that decision. You know, that's an item that I'll take to the board and I'll allow the board to render a decision based on the question that you rendered
Great,
to us.
great.
Yes.
Then I want to ask a very frontline user perspective, and that is that, while we're trying to reduce odors in a larger scale based on composting, it's really hard for me. If I live in a smaller, family unit right now, and so when I do the composting, it stays there and it's black. It smells awful. I have my own problem with odor control, and I don't know, like I can't put it in a plastic bag. So it's been really a challenge for me, and we don't have a lot of trimming on a regular basis. And so even my larger one is so gross. It's got fungus and black mold or whatever is growing in there because I have to keep it so long before it's going to be. So is there any new technologies that are helping the frontline people? Because I know that it's a hard thing.
There is not, and in 2022, I took on the challenge as well to take food scraps out of my garbage can and get them to the green waste can that sits on the other side of my home. It was a challenge.
Yeah.
I have young adult boys that lived with me, and breaking their habits of scraping the plate and throwing it right into the trash. The infrastructure at homes have two places: a trash place and a recycle place. There is no food waste place. I think we've been very creative. I don't know what we're gonna do, what's happening inside the can, but because of our acceptance list, that's the result of trying to comply with the Senate Bill 1383.
Yeah.
It is a heavy challenge. And I think we're 5% done with all of the people participating. You got the heavy recyclers that are participating. I think the challenge that you're talking about is one of the challenges to get it from your kitchen to the side gate. You know, I do have
Right.
a 96 gallon can for trim. It
Yeah,
also
It's
has
fine.
6 or 7 inches of residual. It hardens and over time it'll fall out and clean itself.
Oh, I
It's
smell it before it falls out.
yeah. And I try
So-
to not to stick my head into the cans, right? I think
Yeah.
the cans are meant to retain the odor in there. If your cans are open, you definitely can smell what's going on in there.
Mhm.
Absolutely.
Well, hopefully,
I'll pay close attention, and if we
Yeah,
find any solutions along the way,
yeah,
we'll come back and share with the community.
sure. Thank you very much.
welcome.
Keep that in mind
You're
because we're the front, we produce the things that you need and yet it's so hard for us as residents to
Yes.
comply.
Agreed.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Actually, these two comments are really for the council. One is to answer Councilmember Biala's question. I have in my kitchen something called a mill. And it's an interesting concept because the reality is food waste is still food. It's really not necessarily compost. And so what this does is it dries food for chicken use. And it's just a really neat thing. It stays in my kitchen, doesn't have smells because it has a huge charcoal filter. There's a significant cost to it, but I'm happy to, it's called The Mill. You can Google it and I'm happy to share with you afterwards a little bit more information about that. The second question is really for Lane. Our city code requires that every premise have, every resident essentially have a certified or an acceptable trash can. I've recently had some discussions with you about rodent activity in the city, and it turns out then KSBW runs a story that Salinas and Monterey are in the top, I think, 10 in the nation actually for rodent activity, which was kind of shocking to me. But my question is, who enforces this code that requires every resident to have a appropriate can for organics, for compost, for trash? Would that be green waste? Would that be the city? Would that be the region? All the above, none of the above?
It's the city and the franchise hauler. It's the city and the franchise. You guys can work together to figure that out pretty quick. If you need my help, I'd be happy to take that discussion offline.
Yeah, I would think they would love to work with us to make sure that everyone. has
Absolutely. The
certain
hauler would
codes.
love just to everybody be on the reel of who they're charging. They'll better tell you right away who doesn't have service. So we can just take this offline anytime you guys
Sure.
want.
Thank you.
The answer is the city. It's our lease with green waste.
Yep.
They just help.
Roger. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
And on their help, I wanted to point out that something he said early, if they don't do the composting, then we're not compliant with state law and we have to do our own composting. So if we don't like the composting operation odors and we want them to go away tomorrow, which no one has said that tonight, we would be responsible for composting our own city's waste, finding a facility, doing all the trucking and all the rest. So Keith Day and Regen are taking it on the chin for all of Big Sur to Marina so that each community doesn't have to do 1383, but we're responsible for implementing 1383. They're just our proxy. And so if you don't like what they're doing, we could consider how can we do it better? Because we would be on the hook. And of course, no city wants to do that. And it doesn't make any sense for various cities to find the space to make a smelly operation smell better. And I want to say that we're really lucky to have Keith Day. We all love mom and pop restaurants. We all love local people running local businesses who you can touch and feel and see and talk to. And so if you call Keith Day, I'm sure Grace has probably had this experience. There's a person that answers the phone. Her name is Amanda. She is Keith's daughter. She'll answer the phone on lunch in between bites and talk to you. They don't shut down at lunch and say, call back at 1 p.m. There's no answering machine. Well, there is after hours. And then Keith Day Jr. is learning the business. So when Keith Day Sr. retires, it's a family ongoing operation, and how lucky we are to have local people who live here and whose friends and relatives smell the same odors. So it's not like a corporation from New Jersey. It's a local mom and pop running that compost operation. And if you ever want to talk to them, especially the senior, he's very available. And every moment you spend with him, he's like old school, authentic, humble, salt of the earth type of person who knows his business and is open to criticism. Sometimes Felipe gets a little defensive because he has so much going on, but it's been pointed out a few times tonight that he's not he's not as defensive as the prior management, but it's hard when you're working so hard and you just get a lot of criticism and you don't get a lot of kudos, but you know from the inside that you're working really hard and doing really well, but not perfect because some things are out of your control, including your neighbors and weather and stuff like that. I had one other small thing, and that was, no, I think I did cover it. Oh yeah, October 15th is the day of the meeting. So like our meetings, we listen to the public
Yep.
and they have an impact on what we decide. Almost no public ever goes to the Regen Monterey meetings. They're consultants and staff and employees from relevant organizations that have a stake in what's going on. But because nobody hardly ever goes, if you do go, it's like, whoa, there's a person from the public who's actually here to speak to us. And so we'll send our letter from the city. We'll have the city attorney hopefully review it if that's our motion tonight. Actually, we don't have to make a motion, but we can, by consensus, give some input to the staff. That's one thing. But then showing up, if those of you who are concerned want to show up, it makes a big difference. Thank you, Felipe, for taking your evening to be with us. I know that you have to drive to Soledad tonight,
No worries.
but thank you for
No worries.
working long hours.
I appreciate the comments around Keith Day and him being a local owner. You know, my most recent discussion, all he was interested in is how he can deliver a better service, and he wants to invest into the community and he wants to deliver the good service. So I'm glad that you bring that up because that's what he represents. I represent the same thing in this organization for Regen. I've been serving this community for now just short of 25 years in some capacity that has to do with waste. And all we want to do is deliver great service. And it's always a challenge because we're handling waste that other people can't handle. We're not a fabricating company. We're not trying to make anything. We're just trying to do our best and get the highest and best usage of these items that normally wind up in a landfill. You go across the world, they're not regulated landfills. We're a regulated landfill, and that's a big difference there. But you do have 140 employees out there that work diligently, not only for the city of Marina, but for the communities that need this type of service where they can't get it at their own city. So we appreciate your time tonight, hearing me today, being interested, and I'm glad that we're improving slowly, but we're improving, and we'll continue to stay interested and develop innovation and technology as it arises to mitigate and make it easier. So we appreciate all your time tonight.
We're going to give the last word to Mayor Pro Tem Vischer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just quickly, just to emphasize, yes, we do need another solution for people who don't have a yard, have no yard waste, because that gigantic green bin is way too big. And just not about attending meetings, but do you offer tours for visitors?
Absolutely.
Okay.
We'll take phone. I'll take you guys anytime. You guys
Yeah,
can call me
but-
anytime.
And also from people who are not on.
Yeah,
happen to
we
be on
do
a
tours
council.
all the time. We're really trying to develop a way to do a virtual tour so we can eliminate the travel time.
And the smell.
I don't know about the smells, sometimes they're really nice smells and sometimes they're not as favorable, but yeah, we're looking at technology to deliver tours on a larger scale. So if you're interested, the community's interested, give us a call, ask for Felipe, and we'll figure out how to get you a tour. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Felipe. And so to council, I think by consensus, we're happy if the city writes a letter. We're happy if the city looks into any magic behind depreciation for 15 years versus some other time that we might want to recommend. Maybe we want to ask for information, like can Keith Day please share with us why 15 years is important to Keith Day? And if we want the city attorney and the manager to somehow look over the verbiage in Exhibit D and the agreement itself that refers to Exhibit D, those are the kinds of things that I thought I heard tonight. Are you all comfortable with that? And would you like to ask some more things to be considered via consensus that our staff do for us before October 15th?
No, but I would like just to add the comment that those that have been involved in the public that also submit any concerns to staff as well, to incorporate into that if,
Right.
or at least to consider.
Right. So if the public wants comments to get into our letter, please suggest that to us by sending to Lane your comments that you want in the city letter. And then it'll be up to Lane and Renee whether they put them in the letter. It won't be up to us. We probably won't even see the letter. But I think that they're going to be very open to putting your comments in our city letter. Councilmember McAdams?
Thank you, Mayor. And also, something for staff to consider is there this on our website? Like if you're having a smell, this is, who you email, who you contact, who you call. I think that might be helpful, also.
It is on the website.
It is,
It's
okay.
not front and center. We have other things, but
Where,
yes. I
do you know where the public will find it?
think you can go to the Public Works Department and then go down from there.
Okay. So maybe more readily available might be helpful just to sort of, streamline that.
Yeah, so maybe you can find it when you go home or in the next couple of weeks, and then suggest if it needs to be something quicker, because if you can't do it, other people won't be able to either. Great. Okay, any final comments before we move on? That was a lot of action for a non-action.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to say that I'll provide a party for all of us if we're all still here in 25 years.
That's good.
He's buying.
That's good. We're gonna hold you to that.
Okay, Del Monte Boulevard, Reservation Road Improvement Project. And thank you for being patient tonight to get to this.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, those attending tonight's meeting. My name is Derek Wu, and I'm a project engineer with the consulting firm Kimley Horn. Also here from Kimley Horn is Frederick Venter. We are here tonight to present multimodal roadway improvements at the Del Monte Reservation intersection. And for this presentation, we did include some extra slides that was attached in the staff report, just to answer any questions from council afterwards. So the primary objective of this project is to provide intersection improvements to enhance bicycle and pedestrian access and safety. The design of the intersection improvements was aimed to achieve the following: implement measures consistent with the city's general plan and downtown specific plan, gather community input, enhance bicycle and pedestrian access, safety, and visibility at the intersection, and also to maintain acceptable vehicle traffic operations. So to address these goals and objectives, we'll be presenting a project background to review the existing conditions at the Del Monte Reservation intersection, and then walk through the various intersection improvements to enhance multimodal access and safety. And finally, we'll discuss next steps and receive direction from council on the project. So as mentioned before, let's see. So here's an overview map showing the project study area in the city. So Del Monte Boulevard and Reservation Road are 4-lane arterial facilities that provide access to local residences, businesses, downtown Marina, and also regional access to Highway 1 at the Caltrans interchange on the south end. The signalized intersection of Del Monte and Reservation serves a high number of vehicle traffic during the morning and evening commute hours. However, the intersection also has high pedestrian and bicycle activity, which serves as an access point to the Monterey Recreation Trail, as well as nearby facilities such as Lock Patton Park, the Marina Library, and also nearby schools. So the city's goal to improve Del Monte and Reservation intersection was shaped through several milestones achieved in the past few years. So bicycle and pedestrian improvements along Del Monte Boulevard and Reservation Road has been identified as a high priority project in several planning documents, including the Monterey County Active Transportation Plan in 2018, the 2022 Local Road and Safety Plan that the city conducted. In addition, the latest Marina Downtown Specific Plan also identifies complete street improvements at the project site to promote walking and biking in downtown. In August of 2023, the city was able to secure a $1.7 million grant from the county toward bicycle and pedestrian active transportation and safety improvements at the intersection. And with those funds secured, the city retained Kimley Horn to provide engineering design for the project. So as mentioned before, the city was able to secure county grant funds from the Regional Surface Transportation Program. This is toward bicycle and pedestrian safety improvements. The bike and pedestrian improvements proposed in the grant application were aimed to enhance mobility and safety for users of all ages and abilities. So our team has updated the intersection design, and the proposed layouts we will present tonight represent opportunities to improve public health and safety while creating a more equitable transportation system. So our team identified several existing intersection conditions and challenges for this project to address. These conditions include the pedestrian facilities, the bicycle facilities, and finally the existing signal equipment and control operations. So this aerial photo of the intersection is oriented with the north side being on the right side of the page and south being on the left side. And as mentioned earlier, this intersection provides connectivity to the existing Monterey Recreation Trail and the MST bus stop in county right-of-way on the west side of Del Monte Boulevard. And on the east side, the intersection provides connectivity to downtown Marina and commercial businesses along Reservation Road, including the Starbucks corner and the Bill Ring corner that you see here. So this intersection is large and busy, which makes it intimidating for a pedestrian trying to cross the street. Some of the curb ramps at the intersection corners are old and do not meet current ADA standards for impaired or disabled users. And due to the numerous travel lanes at the intersection, pedestrians are exposed to long crossing distances with vehicle traffic. In addition, the intersection currently does not provide a crosswalk on the south leg of Del Monte Boulevard. So in fact, if a pedestrian needed to get to the Starbucks corner to the rec trail as shown in the purple dots here, a pedestrian currently would have to cross the other three legs of the intersection, and they would have to walk over about 300 feet exposed to vehicle traffic, and the crossing time would take over a minute for them to get to the other side of the street. This type of experience is similar for bicycles as well. For existing bike conditions, the intersection provides access to the separated Class 1 rec trail on Del Monte, while along Reservation Road that provides Class 2 bike lanes within the roadway next to vehicles. However, for cyclists coming from downtown Marina and wanting to access the rec trail from Reservation, they are exposed to vehicle traffic on both sides of the bike lane as shown in the bottom right picture. And the intersection also lacks modern green pavement markings to delineate the bike facilities with vehicle conflict zones. As for the signal operations at the intersection, the high vehicle speeds and high turn volumes contribute to bicycle and pedestrian discomfort at the intersection corners. And in fact, the northbound direction, which has heavy right turn traffic making a right onto Reservation, the city has installed an existing yield to pedestrian sign to alert drivers to look out for people crossing the street as shown in the picture on the right. And finally, the existing eastbound direction, this approach is controlled by a split phase and does not have a dedicated left turn lane that currently exists at the other three approach legs. In the past 9 years, there have been multiple vehicle collisions caused by unsafe driving behavior at the intersection. So between 2015 and 2023, there were approximately 71 reported collisions. One of those involved a pedestrian and 2 of those involved a cyclist, all within the crosswalk. And most of these collisions were injury or damage to property. And most of the reported collisions were caused by improper driving, DUI, right-of-way violation, or unsafe speeds. And so the proposed intersection improvements aim to enhance bike and ped safety and reduce vehicle speeds around the corners of the intersection. So the proposed project design aims to address the existing challenges by proposing a protected intersection design for bikes and peds, updates to the signal operations and control equipment, as well as future opportunities for landscaping and art placemaking. So to increase safety, reduce crossing times, and designate protected areas for bikes and peds, the project will implement a protected intersection design. So a protected intersection consists of curb bulb outs and ramp elements that physically separate bikes and peds from vehicle traffic in the crossing zones. The enhanced corners create a protected queuing area for bikes and peds waiting to cross the street where they are more visible to vehicles. The larger curb extension at the corners also shortens the crossing distances, which also shorten the time bikes and peds are exposed to vehicle traffic. In addition, the tighter curb radii encourage slower vehicle speeds and better sight lines at the intersection. So overall, A protected intersection design focuses on increasing access to vulnerable populations, especially for children, people with disabilities, and active seniors who all require additional priority and time to safely cross the street. So there are several different types of protected intersection designs. However, based on the existing conditions and project needs, a shared side path design was used to improve bike and ped safety at this intersection. This layout creates a shared pathway and raised curb ramps at the corners that both cyclists and pedestrians use to cross the street, as you can see in the picture example. And compared to a traditional intersection design, this layout provides several advantages. This design is optimized to fit within existing city and county right-of-way, and creating a single shared space for bikes and ped users minimizes the number of potential conflict points with vehicles. And finally, the layout uses traffic control elements found in other city intersections that is familiar to all road users. So the pictures you see here are some examples of a protected intersection in other cities with different bike and ped crossing treatments. Picture on the left is a protected intersection with a shared side path in City of Monterey. And the picture of the right is a Dutch-style protected intersection in San Luis Obispo.
Eric, I'm having trouble following your presentation with what we have in our packet. Is that because they're different?
You just have an abbreviated part. We don't have the full presentation in your packet.
Okay,
Correct. Yes.
thank you.
Yep. So other examples of a protected intersection also include the city of Fremont. At each corner of a protected intersection, there's a dedicated pathway for bikes and pedestrians to cross the street. And to maintain existing vehicle operations and right-of-way access at the Del Monte Reservation intersection, combining the bike and ped movements into a single shared use path protected pathway was used for this project. So at a protected intersection, the ADA curb ramps are constructed wide to accommodate both bike and pedestrian access. So typically, bikes use a series of curb ramps to transition from the roadway onto the raised sidewalk area, and the crosswalks are enhanced with green bike striping to delineate the crossing area for cyclists. So the pictures you see here are examples in Monterey and San Luis Obispo. And this picture is another example shown in the city of Fremont with a bike and ped crossing treatment at the corners.
So Derek, that picture you just had on there 2 seconds ago, can you go back? Is that shared or is that separate?
That is a separated, right there, yeah.
Thank you.
So for comparison purposes, the image on the left is the existing Del Monte Reservation intersection. And the image on the right is the proposed project improvements. So with a protected intersection layout, the south crosswalk is added to the intersection and the crosswalks are straightened with visible green bike striping. The existing medians would be reconstructed and pulled back to provide space for the widened crosswalks. And pedestrians using any of the existing sidewalks would have access to a wide shared pathway at the corners to maximize safe refuge and queue space away from vehicle traffic. Each corner is augmented with a curb bulb out that shortens the crossing distances and enhance bike and ped visibility to cars. The curb bulb outs push into the roadway and provide space to have two directional curb ramps with the crosswalks, which is aligned to help pedestrians who are visually impaired. And the shared curb ramps are at least 14 feet wide to accommodate both bikes and peds. As shown in the slide, the protected intersection shortens the crossing distance significantly on each leg for bikes and peds, and compared to existing, the protected intersection layout would reduce crossing distances by 20 feet or more. And the design would also maintain existing vehicle turn access for large trucks and emergency vehicles. For cyclists, bike ramps are provided to transition bikes between the roadway and shared use path. So doing this provides bikes the physical separation and reduces potential conflicts of vehicles when they are queued waiting to cross the street. Along Reservation Road in the eastbound and westbound directions, the Class 2 bike lanes would transition cyclists into the protected intersection and to reduce conflicts with heavy right turn vehicles, especially during the commute times. As for signal improvements, the project will modernize the bike and ped crossings with audible, accessible push buttons and countdown timers at each corner for ADA access. And the northbound right turn median on Del Monte would be removed to make space for the new south crosswalk. At the intersection will also add an eastbound left turn lane on Reservation Road with a new signal pole to provide protected left turn phasing. And making this addition will optimize intersection capacity and overall operations to service both existing and future traffic. So as the project moves forward in design, there will be opportunities to provide landscape and art improvements at the intersection corners. Currently, there's opportunity for additional landscape at the Starbucks and Bill Rings corner within city right-of-way. However, for the opposite side in the county rail area, the project will be getting an easement from the county to construct the bike and ped improvements. The goal is to provide landscaping on all four corners that is consistent and compatible with the Del Monte Boulevard median and streetscape, which is a separate project currently being designed. For context, both the proposed improvements at the Del Monte Reservation intersection, as well as the proposed streetscape improvements along the Del Monte Boulevard corridor, are infrastructure projects dedicated toward vitalizing and transforming the city's downtown business district. These projects are on different timelines and construction schedules, but when fully complete, the project will ultimately improve connectivity and safety for bikes and pedestrians. Along Del Monte Boulevard corridor from the freeway to Reservation, a future Class 4 bikeway is proposed along with road diet and roundabouts with the streetscape project. When all phases of this Del Monte project are complete, the plan is for the future Class 4 bikeway to transition into a shared use path when approaching the protected intersection at Reservation Road. For traffic heading southbound towards the freeway, the vehicle lane south would merge into a single lane for the road diet in the future build out. And the geometry for the transition zone between those two projects would be designed to provide sufficient queue storage for the vehicles traffic at the intersection. So the next steps of this project is to prepare engineering drawings and construction documents. So for tonight's meeting, we are seeking input and approval from council on the proposed intersection concept to take the project into the next phase of design. Between now and early spring of 2025, the consultant staff will prepare environmental engineering design and construction documents. When the final PS&E construction documents are complete, the plan is to put the project to bid and construct these improvements as early as next summer. So this concludes our traffic presentation, and we'll now open the floor to questions and comments. Thank you very much for your time.
All right, fantastic, Derek. Thank you. Has there been any consideration in the planning of this project you showed us tonight to connect across the railroad to Lock Patton Park from the northwest corner of this intersection? And maybe you could bring up that slideshow, one of the first slides, so everyone can see what we're talking about.
Okay, I can show the overview slide of the map.
Right.
Yeah, I can bring that back.
It just seems like a perfect place to go to Lock Patton Park from somewhere near there. And I wouldn't want to miss the opportunity to include it in this project if it's the logical place to do so. That's good.
Oh, sorry. Right here.
So on the left-hand side of the screen, the upper right portion of that aerial photograph, have you been thinking about that as an option?
Currently no, but we'll look into see if the option possibility.
And our city manager may be ahead of the game on this. What are the options that we're thinking about connecting Lock Patton from Reservation Del Monte?
Yeah, well, we haven't included this as the project, but it's something we could certainly do. I have talked with TAMC about it, and this parcel right here we got on the corner there from the State Coastal Conservancy, and I'm not sure that we can build a path through there, but just a little bit further, TAMC has said we can cross the railroad tracks. That won't be a problem. Don't have to get CPUC approval, and so we definitely have a path forward to be able to work with TAMC to do that.
All right. So in what you just explained, in this photo, would we be able to see what you're talking about, or would it be further north?
It'd be further north.
Okay. All right. The visually impaired, can you bring up a slide that's showing the separated bulb outs for bikes separated from peds. So there's some elevated, looks like curbs here if you're on the bike. And my question is, how will the visually impaired avoid this potential trip hazard? I see 1, 2, I see 3 raised, several inches. So how do they get through this without tripping?
Frederick Venture, great question. So on this drawing, the intent was to show you how if you have a level service for the mix area, we call the mix zone, we can use the color striping to determine a little bit of right away for between the peds and the bikes. If we go back to the model, so we do not recommend this approach where you see the yellow in the curb and the other one. Do you see on this drawing on the right-hand side where there's a continuous and it's brown dots? Do you see that? That's the truncated domes.
On the right side of the screen?
Sorry, left-hand side, other right.
Okay.
Okay. That's how we were going to recommend doing this. So it has the bikes and the peds continuous. The fact that it's brown will tell the users that it is a continuous mix zone. There's no tripping hazard, right? And then you have only the curve on the left-hand side of that brown strip, and there's a little bit of we call the blister on the right-hand side. Okay. The blister is the purpose of the blister is just to have separation between vehicles and peds and bikes. So our intent is to use the layout here on the left-hand side, but you can see there's no striping in that concrete area, right?
Yes.
So on the right-hand side, we have the option of using some of that striping to help determine right away between peds and bikes. Now, then the great question is, how do we work with people that cannot see, right? So this is a brand new element of bike and pedestrian design with the full protection. So what would happen, the city, I assume, has an ADA transition plan, right? Good. So through that ADA transition plan, thanks, Lee. So through the ADA transition plan, contact has been made with specifically the ADA community, right? And determination have been made on where do people commute and walk that have disabilities, like a hearing a disability or a visual disability or wheelchair. So what would happen, since this is brand new, you can reach out to the ADA community again, that transition plan community, and say, let's go walk. So there would be somebody that would actually walk with an impaired person and say, this is what this looks like, this is what's happening, and they will still be able to determine where the truncated domes are, but you will educate them about you're going to have a mixed zone with bikes, right? They will also know that bikes will be on the right-hand side, so you can see where the green striping is, pedestrians on the left-hand side. So that typically happens where we do brand new implementation like this.
So for the people that aren't shown, how do they know someone new in 5 or 7 years? How will they know if they're visually impaired what the arrangement is?
So there's still a truncated dome, right? So they will still be able to walk, and they're still going to use their stick to determine, and they will determine that there's a curve on the left because that's how they negate the crossing, and a curve on the right. The domes is the primary function. The primary function of the domes is to tell you you're now entering right from a pedestrian area into a vehicle area. The push buttons will still be there, and it will still probably be audible, all the devices on it. That will be, and by the time this is implemented, we may have some infrared, so you don't even need to touch it. So there's a lot of advancements in that, and there's Braille actually on the push buttons, right? That you can actually go, if you cannot see, that you can go and determine which button you're going to push as well.
Okay. My last question at this juncture, is the typical seeing eye dog trained to keep the human, her human away from the blister and the one on the left, the trip hazard on the left?
Yes, the dog will definitely be trained. The dog, the great question, because I don't know if dogs are trained about the green and the pedestrian stripe, right? That's the only question I would add. But the dog will be trained about the curbs, because we usually have curbs, right, when you go up a ramp.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Let's go to Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you so much for this presentation. I really like the design. In South Salinas, downtown Salinas, they sort of have adopted some similar designs. I'm curious about the lighting, though. So you had mentioned new light poles, And are those the LED ones where the light goes all the way up the poles?
So there will be, so there are standard lighting requirements for the intersections that we'll apply with. And yes, they will be actually, so on the signal pole that goes up, you'll have your signal arm and your signal heads. And off from that, there will be a new LED light as well.
Great. And then are the crosswalks lighted also on the bottom?
No, the plan is not to do lighted crosswalks, but we will use in the class of paint that goes down, we use glass beads inside the striping, and they are reflective when it rains at night. And of course, there will also be the reflectors, right? So it's like a little reflector that goes with the striping that we will implement as well to help with nighttime vision.
Okay, and I just asked because in one of the slides you had mentioned how they are busy, like people are turning, whether they're going right or left on reservation, and so many times there is a pedestrian and people or drivers, myself included, we're so busy looking to turn that we miss the pedestrian, and so I'm just curious, what would be a solution to that?
So that's a great question. So there's a couple of things that we're doing here, right? The current turning radii, so that corner is actually very fast. So what Derek showed you is that we're pushing the bulb out, which means it's a tighter curb, which means now you go much slower, right? And if you go slower, right, you have a longer time to actually look for people, right? And that slower speed that you're traveling at means you can stop better, right? That's number one. And number two is the sign that's there right now is what do you call the sign? It's a LED feedback sign. So we'll continue to use that, and it'll still be displayed, right, to warn right turners, right, when it comes on that there's pedestrians crossing. You've got to look out for it.
Excellent, thank you. And then my sort of last suggestion and or question, and I'm not sure if this is your wheelhouse, but I'm thinking about garbage cans and recycling bins. Just specifically in that intersection, again, it's very busy. People are going to Dollar Tree or going to Starbucks. There does tend to be, and also Lock Padden Park, we tend to have a lot of trash there. So if that's something that you can sort of think about.
I think Bianca is on the call listening in, and she's the, and I'm sure she just write that down like 3 times with exclamation marks.
Great, thank you so much.
Now, Elizabeth and Brian, let's have a choice here. I forgot to go to public comment because for many more years than we had a different system. So is it okay if okay, on my error, I'm sorry. Let's go to public comment, starting with the folks that are here in person.
Could we have back up there the one that shows the one that shows what it is and what it's going to be? Is that okay before you start the clock?
Yeah. And there were a couple of those, and we'll find the right one.
Just cut it out. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, and there were at least 2 of those.
Left hand showed what we have right now.
Right here.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Grace Silva Santella. I am super excited about this. For years, I have spoken to Marina City Council in various different configurations of individuals up there, begging that we do something here, and we finally are. I walk this a lot. So let's see where I'll start. First of all, I had hoped we could have had at Bill Ring Circle a in-person little workshop where we could have these gentlemen there. We could have had Bianca if she needed to be there. And really, people could really have understood what's being proposed here, because despite how often I walk this, it's a little hard for me to comprehend this. I don't understand how the road diet that's happening further south, why we're going back to 4 lanes here to turn when we reach Del Monte and Reservation. I don't understand why we still have to have 2 lanes that turn on to Reservation to go west. I also find a challenge as a pedestrian.
Sorry, Grace, did you mean east or west?
East. Sorry. Yes, east. I also, as a pedestrian, find it challenging the right-hand turn lane by Bill Ring's Circle when people are turning onto Del Monte to go north. So I'd like to have explained to me why we're going to do this fabulous road diet where we're going down to 1 lane and then we're going to go back to 4 lanes. I kind of understand the concept of it, but I don't get why we're doing that. Wheelchair timing, one of the most dangerous things I observe is when people, and I understand we're going from 119 feet to 80 something. We're going to really reduce down the crosswalk width. But what I see are wheelchairs, people with wheelchairs, anything that slows them down in the ability to walk as fast as I can. And I still think that there's going to be challenges, even though we're shrinking down the width. So having said that, I'd like to ask what we might be able to consider doing at the middle spots at each of, maybe not the one over by the rec stretch, but where there's the concrete that sticks out. I don't know what the terminology
Like
is.
a safety island.
The island, thank you. If there's something that can be done with those to, number one, make them more aesthetically pleasing, and number two, maybe make them a safe place if somebody can't make the entire stretch. One of the, I hear what, and could you explain this ADA transition plan? I don't even, that's new to me. The pedestrian, oh, darn it.
You can give your notes to Greg and he can finish. Okay, anyone else in person that would like to speak to this matter? All right, and then anyone online? Let's go to Jeffrey Markham. Welcome, Jeffrey.
Thank you. I would like to reiterate the lighting concerns of Councilman McAdams. The areas by the train tracks are particularly dark at night, and people really can't see when they start queuing up into the lanes, the lane markings and everything there. So it's a problem, I think, at night more so during the day. I also have a question about the maintenance of the striping, because if you're going to have glass beads and other things like that, those wear very quickly, and what the recommendations for maintenance of those would be. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Anyone else online? Please raise your hand online and we'll call on you. Okay. Council, Grace has put a lot of effort into this over the years. By consensus, would you want to open public comment up again for those who have already spoken to have another shot at it? Okay. 2 over here say yes. Doesn't matter what you say down there. All right. So let's reopen public comment for those of you who are in the room. If you want to take a second shot at it.
I only had one other simple little thing I wanted to say. The existing pedestrian sign that flashes, it's not sufficient. It doesn't do the job. I've seen so many cars turn right onto Reservation Road, cutting off people who are already in the pedestrian crossing. And I know by traffic law, somebody can be crossing on the opposite side and you can been told correctly because of that island out there. But once they get past that island, you can't be crossing anymore. And I've seen so many cars. So there has to be a much better system than we have right now. So thank you very much.
Thank you. So if Derek and Freddie, if you could answer the public questions, what's the logic, the rationale to go from 1 lane northbound to 4 lanes at that intersection where they would cross Reservation?
So I think you will recall when we presented the road diet that, the congestion happens at the intersections, not on the segment, right? And for the roundabout, we said we need to maintain the capacity. So here at this intersection, we also want to maintain the capacity that you need so there's not gridlock and the vehicles don't back up. We have very heavy turning movements, you know, the westbound left and the northbound right, but there's also a lot of other movements happening. So we have a pretty complex signal array that we've worked out here.
Okay, let's slow down just a little bit.
Yep.
So westbound left, you're passing Jack in the Box and you're
Yep.
turning left to head toward Monterey.
Towards Monterey, yeah.
And then the right turn east,
North. There's
North.
Yep.
the right turn north. Which one's that?
So the on Del Monte, and you make the right turn on Reservation.
At Jack in the Box. And you head north toward the landfill.
Yep.
Okay.
Exactly. So those are the heaviest movements. That's why we need 2 lanes, you know, for those 2 movements. They're well over, just the volumes aren't even close to having just 1 lane. We really need 2 to make those flow so we don't have congestion happening. You know, the rest of the lanes are really there just to accommodate the green times.
Okay.
Okay. We do have a level service slide. So Derek did check on why we need these, and we can present if you want to look at it, show the
Yeah.
congestion, Derek.
Yes. And while you're queuing that up, can you confirm the need for 2 right-hand turn lanes?
Yes, definitely 2 right-hand. It's a very heavy movement there.
We're talking about capacity again.
Capacity again. Something else about what we're changing here for the pedestrians. So there was an excellent comment that the drivers do not adhere right to people in the crosswalk. So there's new tools in our toolbox it's called a leading pedestrian interval. So what happens is before the vehicles get green, right, the pedestrians get green like 2 or 3 seconds. So the pedestrians will already be in the crosswalk having a green man come up before the vehicles get green. So they are in the crosswalk. So vehicles are forced to actually wait for the pedestrians, and that's going to be for pets and bikes.
But if you can turn right on red, does that mute that benefit?
Well, when you turn right on red, there's no pedestrians in that crosswalk, right?
Well,
because it's in the same direction that you're traveling. So if I'm does it? I can explain that on the graphic again if Derek gets there. Okay. There we go. Derek? Okay.
Yeah, so we did look at existing and 2040 volumes of the proposed geometry of the intersection. So we did a level of service analysis for the AM and PM peak, and we're seeing that, you know, we are maintaining flexible traffic operations at the intersection with the geometry that we're proposing for the project.
We're maintaining a C level of service. And I guess you're telling us that if you were to reduce the lanes, that C would go to a D or less.
Exactly. And you also got to remember up reservation, you have other signals are not closely spaced, right? So if you have any backup from this intersection, will spill over all the way up reservation. It's very important that we maintain the capacity here.
If you recall, part of the success of the road diet is the roundabouts, keeping the traffic flowing. If we didn't have the roundabouts, if we had signals there, we would not be able to do the road diet. Traffic would be stacked up, and this would then become our bottleneck point because it's a signal there. We can't have a roundabout there because of capacity, and it would be backing all the way back up the signal. And so as that traffic come down, hits the signal, the 2 lanes right gives the ability to for that traffic so it doesn't get backed up all the way to the signal there. So that we looked at that extensively. That really is a critical part of the design.
Okay. So those were 2 of the questions from the public. The other ones were, what about that PED flashing sign not being effective? Did you already address that? The PED flashing light not being effective?
Yeah, so it's the flashing light. So like I said, the flashing light will now work with this leading pedestrian interval, right?
Okay.
And so what I wanted to do, if I may, can I go to the okay.
Can you give him a microphone, please? Derek, can you run a microphone over to him, please?
Thank you. So the vehicles making this right turn, right, they get green, right, when they do that. When they get green, the pedestrians usually go as well, right? The pedestrians, the bikes will cross in the same direction. What we're doing is before they get green, we actually give the peds and the bikes green. So the peds and the bikes will be here already in the crosswalk before they get green to turn, which means that the pedestrians have right of way what usually happens if it happens at the same time, vehicles will just push in front of the pedestrians need to wait.
Yes.
So that's going to put the pedestrians in a better position to take control of the crosswalk and the intersection. And then the light that we have here, we're also going to put one here, that lighted sign that comes off yield for pedestrians and bikes, right? So we can have two of those as well. Yep.
So to be blunt, I think it might turn them into sitting ducks because they'll already be in the crossing lane for drivers who are not paying good attention. Whereas if you are standing on the curb, you can look and see if the drivers are paying attention. If they're not paying attention, you don't enter the streetway. But in this case, you'd already be in the streetway, maybe vulnerable to those drivers that aren't looking.
Research show that exactly the opposite's happening. The fact that pedestrians can take control of that lane makes them more aware and drivers can see them.
Okay. Jeff mentioned night lights being poor, visibility at night being poor on the southwest corner, and I think maybe the northwest corner.
So that's a great comment. We have the option, and if you actually go drive down North Fremont and Monterey, there were some bollard lights that were put up where the pedestrian push buttons are. So perhaps that's another way we can enhance, and if we have power there and part of the landscaping and the hardscape to put some bollards on all the corners. The lighting standards will definitely be improved. If we still don't meet the lighting standard on the corner the way we do not have a light, we could always install an additional street light there as well. But we don't want to get it too bright because that has an impact as well.
Okay. Bianca, do you want to jump in with anything on lighting on those two westerly corners? Sorry, Bianca, let's try one more time.
Hello.
Hello, we can't hear you.
Uh-oh.
You're very soft.
Is this better?
Perfect.
Okay, great. Good evening, council members, Mayor Delgado. Good, it's lovely to listen in tonight. So lighting for the other court, that's super helpful to hear insight from the folks out there. And that's as we look at these four corners and opportunities for improvements, we can address lighting as well. Bollards are an option, or overhead lighting as part of the Del Monte streetscape improvements. After in coordination with the road diet, there were some overhead lighting elements that we were considering as part of that work that could also be serve some areas in that part of the project too.
That you also consider the sky, as far as dark sky considerations.
Yes, so we could use dark sky compliant fixtures where they're directed downward. Correct.
Okay, thank you, Bianca. Freddie and Derek, Grace had some comments about safety islands, middle spots.
Yeah, that's a great question. So those middle spots is a very controversial aspect, and there's two elements to those, right? So if you put the median in the middle, we can, but then you also need to provide enough protection so that if I am stuck in the middle, that I have, you got to put the truncated domes in, right? Number one, for a person, that is blind and cannot cross. And they need to have an extra push button, right, that you can push as well. So we need a wide median, and I think the reservation median is not wide enough to have a full refuge there. Then you need to also provide a two-stage crossing, which means that but because you're going to have pedestrians that want to cross all the way, and some of them that only want to cross halfway, right? But you don't want them to be stuck somewhere in the middle, right? So people don't always know that, because let's say I'm in a wheelchair, right, and I'm crossing and I don't know if I'm going to make it, maybe I'm going to stay in the middle, right, but I don't know. And then you think, well, maybe I could have made it, and you go. And so that ambiguity in decision making for the pedestrian becomes too much, right?
So the danger is the wheelchair ends up on the street and not up on the safety island.
Exactly.
Okay, so at Rain Dollar currently and Del Monte Boulevard, there is such a safety island with a push button.
Push button. Yep.
Is there anything wrong or not to code at that location?
I don't know. I need to
Okay.
go look at it. Yeah.
And is it wider than the one we're talking about here, which
Yes.
makes it safer?
Yes, I think
Harbor?
there is.
Safer
Yes,
harbor?
definitely wider than this one. Yeah.
Okay.
The other challenge with doing these medians is you create a space that a pedestrian may feel they are okay in standing in the middle, right? But with all the vehicles, especially those left turns and the right turns, right, they may not be safe. So there's a lot of science that goes into that. We can investigate that a little bit, but cities that have done this in the past have actually used, so you can put a little median in front of where the crosswalk is. Cities have actually moved them away because of that false feeling of I'm making it safe for you, and it's not really safe for you as a pedestrian.
Okay. We'll get to the ADA transition plan in just a moment. There was a question about striping colors and 3D pieces fading over time. And I know we saw that on MGM Parkway where they put green color to turn east on Reservation Road, and it lasted, less than a year.
So we will definitely, for the westbound left and the northbound right movements here, you're going to see that deterioration happening. So the city needs to stay on top of it and probably do a good job of maintaining that striping. Yes.
All right. And are there some materials that last longer?
Yes, they are. So as part of this design, we'll use the best materials that are out there.
Okay. So can you get into the AD transition plan? A member of the public wanted more explanation.
So I'm not the expert, but ADA transition plan is a plan that every city has to comply with. It's a state requirement where you go and define where there's an ADA need for people with disabilities to travel around your street network within the city. It will identify paths. So you reach out to the ADA community. You will reach out to then individuals that actually, because they are connected and they will know where they commute. So I live here, I work there. What's the road that I take? Where do I cross? So if it's a hearing impaired person, or a blind person, you'll do the audible devices. So you install them specifically on these ADA facilities. The city will make priority for upgrading all their crosswalks to be ADA compliant. And I think that's the main purpose out of an ADA transition plan. That's about as much as I know from those.
That was a federal law that was required back in the early 1990s. And so every city had to do an ADA transition plan. And essentially you analyzed all your facilities, all your infrastructure, and you identified what needed to be done to bring it up to ADA compliance. But it also acknowledged that cities did not have the funds to be able to bring everything up. And so you had a period of time, 20 years, whatever, to get it up to compliance. But the plan also requires you, if a disabled person comes to us and says, my house is here and I regularly go across the street here. Your signal is not ADA compliant. They approach us, that becomes a top priority, and we address it. This facility here is an example of, this was identified 20 years ago as ADA non-compliant. Every time we've gone through the process to look at ADA compliance, it starts off of, okay, the bathrooms are not ADA compliant, the rooms accessing here, the podium up here, and we go through the analysis. Okay, it's going to be $1.5 million to get it ADA compliant, but then you still have a 50-year-old building that's going to have to be torn down, and then you start looking at the other things, and it's like, okay, if you're doing the ADA compliance, you should repair your windows, improve your lighting, and then the fear is you start opening up, things are encapsulated right now. You start opening up and you may find rot and all this other kind of stuff. And so it starts to spiral out of control. And so this is a good example. It's not ADA compliant. But if we did have a citizen that came up and said, I really got to use the restroom, then all of a sudden we go through our capital project list, we change a project. And so all of our facilities are not yet there, but we have the plan, and when we hope to do it. This is a good example of any new buildings, any new structures, any infrastructure. It is all built up to the most current ADA standards, and that's part of our getting compliance.
Okay, thank you. Let's go back to Elizabeth and Brian. Let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll try to move through these quickly. I think the LED lights question was asked a couple of times, so I just want to be clear. The red, yellow, green lights are changing to LED. Is that what I understand?
The signal heads.
So yeah, the ones that say to go or stop. Is that what a
Yes,
signal
yes,
head
they will
is?
be LED.
Okay.
Yeah, signal heads. Yeah,
All
they
right.
will be LED as well. Yes.
Okay.
And
excellent.
also the actual luminaire, the white light that illuminates the
Mhm.
street itself, the intersection. So like the lamp, that'll also be LED.
The Cobra heads.
Yes.
Which is great because as city manager Lane Long knows, it drives me nuts that 2 of those are still high sodium vapor and 2 are LEDs. Presumably they never got retrofitted because they are under some legacy agreement where someone else pays the electricity. So I imagine those people are going to be very happy or whatever the agreement is there. I imagine one of the challenges you face is that you can't understand existing conditions the way that residents can. And so I just wanted to share that when you go eastbound from Marina State Beach, there's kind of a de facto right turn lane onto Del Monte, and it looks like that goes away. Are you aware of that or?
Yes. So what
A graph you
Yeah,
can
let's just
show
put it
us.
back. Could we have the PowerPoint back up?
So we're heading east on Reservation Road. We're
There we go. From the top. So eastbound means you come from the top. Currently, there's a right turn pocket, or you can make the right turn onto going towards Monterey, right? Very easily. What we've done here is, and then you'll have to shared, right? So you have the 2 lanes going through is a shared through, or just a through and a shared left. So we have what we call split phasing, right, in the signal. Now, what split phasing does, you let one direction go and you keep 3 directions just waiting, right? So from a operations perspective, it's very inefficient. So what we did here is we have a protected left. So you see there's that from the east turning north onto Del Monte, we have a separate left turn lane.
Can you say that again? Because I lost you.
Can I go back to the graphic? So currently this is a shared through and a left, okay, which means that these guys need to get green and all these guys wait. Okay, right. What we did, we striped this as a left and a through right. It means that this left goes with this left, right? Because of that, you at least let 2 directions go, so you get more efficiency out of and that's why when you looked at the level of service, the delay went down a little bit, right? Despite the fact that the volumes increase. But what Brian is saying, it's very easy to just flip and do this right turn right now. So we're removing that ability. If there's a car in the front here that wants to go through, yes, they will keep everybody back. But if I'm in the front, I want to make the right turn, I can still do that.
So only the front car can turn left in the future.
No. Oh, this one. No, all these vehicles can make the left.
I'm saying right. If you
Right,
want to turn
yeah.
right, you have to be the lead vehicle.
No, anybody here that wants to make a right turn and they're not being held back by the front vehicle that wants to go through, they can make the right.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So you have to be the first car to be able to turn right. If you're the second car and the first one's going straight, you can't turn right anymore.
Exactly.
Whereas right now you can sneak through what
Exactly.
Brian's calling a de facto right.
Yep.
And that de facto right is best if it's eliminated because why?
Well, so we had to use the lanes, right? So there's an option to probably have this a right turn only in the through, but then these guys are going to back up, right?
Right. So why do you take away the de facto lane? Is it to save space for the bulb out?
Yeah, I'm doing it well, and also with assigning this lane as a left. So I had a right through right. Now I'm having a through right, through, and a left.
Okay, I'm not following, but probably everyone else in the room is. So let's move ahead.
But can I say something else, right? Because there's no crosswalk here, right? People are just zipping through here.
Oh,
Now we put in the crosswalk in. So I can tell you that there's a movement, and you're going to see a lot of it happening, is where we're going to see the elimination of right turn on reds because of pedestrian safety. If you go to Washington, D.C. and New York right now, this across the board, they say no right turn on reds. And so this is, well, number one, we're slowing it down, but I'm also not a fan of just slipping here, and especially since we're going to put the crosswalk in as
So
well.
that brings me to my second question. And I think what the mayor was trying to articulate earlier is that in the bottom left corner, those 2 right turn lanes, is it what happens in practice is that there's no stopping at all, whether there's red or green. It's a slow roll right on through. And so without having to have a police officer stationed at that corner 24/7, are there things that can be done to make that crosswalk safer?
Well,
because-
so we can actually, so that's a great question. We can also prevent the right turn on red here altogether, right? That we could put up a sign and prohibit that.
I think those of us that use that intersection quite a bit, I mean, that is the most challenging part, is crossing from Starbucks over to Jack in the Box. And I understand that there's I forget what you call it, but the middle yield lane sign, but it's truly scary for me, and I think most people that I talk to. So
A capacity, if you did that, what he just said, what would that do to capacity?
So can I ask Derek, do we do an overlap phase here or just a right turn on red? Or just right turn on green?
I think I have to double check.
Okay. So yes, people will, we got to go back and just double check that. But the right turns are usually fairly easy movements. They have very little conflicts. But if we prevent right turn on red, I would just like to see, but we do have quite a bit of capacity here, right, to accommodate those vehicles. But we can see that. But remember again, I think I mentioned last time, we're only thinking about that hour in the peak, right, in the afternoon when this is heavy. The rest of the day, right, maybe we want people not to make the right turn on red, right?
So you could change that during the hours?
You can do that too, but it becomes more challenging to implement. You can put up signs to say no right turn on red between 4 and 5 p.m. That's an option, but it's.
So yeah, I'd appreciate it if that can be looked at maybe just a little bit more closely, because anecdotally, I can tell you there's not been a time where I haven't entered into that crosswalk and immediately kind of like, and I see that repeated all the time. And I don't see how this new solution necessarily solves that problem unless we do a no right on red, or I don't know if we can signalize it only no right on red when someone has pressed the crosswalk button or something to that effect.
Okay.
Is that a possibility?
Yes.
Next question, the dotted red line that delineates some of the public right of way, do we know if that's actual survey data? And the reason I ask is this has long been contested, this Bill Ring corner area, exactly where that delineation is.
Yeah, we got this intersection surveyed, so
Okay.
surveyors did say that's the right of way.
That's great news, because that's, I think, yeah, okay.
I can maybe mention, you will see the TAMSI right away is here. So we're going to talk to TAMSI about getting an encroachment permit.
Okay.
To make these improvements in there right away.
Okay. One more quick question and a comment. You talked about the connection to Lock Patton Park. There's this PG&E area that's actually visible in this diagram in the upper right-hand corner there. That's all kind of rock. Frankly, does not look good. Is that temporary? Is that going to be replaced? Is that permanent?
I'm not positive.
Okay.
We'll have to follow up on that.
Be nice to kind of, or maybe that's an opportunity if that's going to be the connection into the park, to go over if there's some easement that already exists. And the last comment, just because I heard the medians mentioned, there's kind of a tricky thing there, and I don't know what the law would say, but you make the medians too big and inviting, all of a sudden people want to panhandle, picnic, whatever it is in there, and that's a problem too, right? So yeah, I can appreciate not making them too big in that sense. And that's it for me. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I've stood there with campaign signs and the police don't like it. Steve's always gets on my case. All right, let's go to Councilmember Disher.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You might want to put my timer on 5 minutes. So about the no red on no right turn on red, there are entire countries and probably continents where that is not allowed, and it's really safer for pedestrians and bicyclists. So my first question, what is the reason that no separate bicycle pathways have been designed, also known as the Dutch way, it seems, or the Dutch solution?
So let's go back. Great question.
You could expect it from me.
Yeah,
Yeah, I know.
So let me go. I'm going to walk over again. Sorry. So you will see with this example, right, you have curbs and curbs and curbs and curbs, right? To create all this space, you need to have specific placement of all your poles, right? I can guarantee you at our intersection, we're going to have to relocate every single pole that there is, right?
Okay.
San Luis Obispo did this intersection, and they could only do 3 of the corners. On the 4th corner, there was no right of way available to do it. Just to do this retrofit costed them $1.2 million. So we would like to maybe, so it's a lot more expensive and more expensive to construct. And also for maintenance, right? If there's debris getting in here, you got to sweep it. So you got to get a special street sweeper, right? And the city said it works. If people know how to use it, it's great. But there was lots of confusion in the beginning, right? What's nice about this one is you can keep your signal poles. You have easy placement, right? And it's a mixed use zone that's open. But what we're recommending is doing some of the striping. So instead of having curbs, right, we mimicking exactly that effect, but we're doing it with striping. So Derek, can you just go to the one in Fremont?
Yep.
So if you see that, right? But can you see how we created, instead of having curbs, we're creating it with striping, and it's a lot cheaper and easier to do as well.
So you're saying the Monterey Way gets the Fremont effect
Exactly.
without the expense and the other issues.
Exactly. Yep. We still have the blister on the corner. That's a raised curb. But here in the middle, it's really easy.
Now that blister in the corner is much larger here than you're proposing for our situation. So I'm wondering if cars are going to respect our little blister compared to this bigger blister.
Every corner will have a different blister just because of skewness and geometry and all that kind of stuff. So unfortunately, they're not all the same, right? On our layout, we also had to move these around a little bit. So it becomes, to make everything fit, the blister is the one that yields in the end, right, in terms of space. We can of course make the blister, so we will put, can you see there's reflectors on it as well? You stripe the curb, so you make it stand out, right? So it gets a better at enhancement of visual effect for drivers.
So yeah, this looks much more spacier, wider than, can you please show the previous one? Because the previous one, if you have a couple of bicycles coming, through the green and they want to turn left, where are they going to stop?
So I want you to, this one doesn't have bikes, right, coming into it. We're going to have this option for bikes coming in, right? But we're not going to have so many curbs. That's all. It is the same principle with less curbs within this mixing zone.
And how many bicyclists do you think can queue up there? If they come, from the same direction, they want to turn left. If you have 6 left or right.
They
turn left. Yeah.
They will just like cars. They stack behind each other.
Take the left.
Go the left.
Can you slow down? You show, because I'm not following.
I don't wear shoes.
So what she's asking, if bikes come here and they make the left and they need to wait here, how many can you stack, right?
Okay.
The other left.
Well,
yes.
they can also stack all the way there, and they form queues, right? And they also form a queue here as well.
Yeah, I'm concerned about the capacity for, we speak about capacity for cars, vehicles, but we also need to think about capacity for bicycles, especially if it becomes so much more inviting to bike.
Well, the nice thing is because it's open, there's probably more opportunity for the bikes to stack instead of only being channelized, right?
Yes, I agree with that, but you might have to back up
Exactly.
to heavy electric bicycle. And
oh yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So I'm kind of disappointed. I'm sorry, but
because you want more stacking room.
I would have liked to see. Let me go to my other ones. When I see dotted green lines for the bicycle paths, like in front of the what is it, Bill Rings corner? If you come on reservation, yeah, this one.
Currently or proposed?
Pedestrian improvements. See on the right corner, lower right corner, you see those green dots, the green squares. Why is that not a green line?
So this is actually going to get onto here, right? You see there's a bike ramp. So we're going to have the bikes coming down and then enter here. They don't go in the intersection. That's why it's protected. So the bikes come and then they enter into this area, right? Coming down the class 2 facility.
So Elizabeth's asking, why don't you have that solid?
Yes.
We, I forgot MUTCD. We can, if MUTCD allows this here, we'll do it. Yep.
Yes.
Why did you not do it?
Oh,
Also on the other side, on the top.
we have it there as well.
Yeah, it's
I think this is per how the book is right now. But cities have options of changing this. I mean, it's just a guidance, right? So if you say, listen, I want this to be here as well, right before you get off and there before you get off, we can do that.
If you really want to do the Dutch solution, bikes
Okay.
can go and they have the right of way. And so do you expect bicyclists to get off of their bike when they enter the pedestrian, the shared pathway?
No, because they'll have the green striping, right? And so there will be a little bit of, you yield for a pedestrian, there's little yield arrows and all that for bike. So they can still drive through here.
Yes, I've never seen this, so so it's all new for me. So that brings me to one of my other questions. This would have been a perfect project to come to the Public Works Commission meeting, and the Tempsey Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee.
Those the next on our list. We wanted to come to council first to have
Here first,
guidance,
I know you go.
and then we go out. Yeah.
Okay, it's usually the other way, I think. But
The
yeah,
Public Works does.
because
it's-
this is
yeah.
it's a very important
Yes.
intersection, as we all know, and we better do it right than saying afterwards, we should have spent a few million more, but to get it safer. And okay, let me see. Oh, one more about the pedestrian lights and bicyclist lights. Will you do the countdown so people can see how they? Okay.
Yes, we'll count down the step procedure now for paints. Yeah.
This is it for me. Thank you. Thank you very, and thank
Good.
you for the presentation.
Great questions. Yeah.
Yes.
Councilmember Biala?
After half an hour, I think everything's been answered. Okay, I just have some very quick questions then. So let's see if I can use this. Okay, you can see it on the screen here. This little tiny triangle on if you're coming down Del Monte and you're making a right turn on this little, the pork chop, I guess you call it. No, the little one. Yes, that one. That I never understood, and it always surprises me. And I feel like I might run over it, and I can't imagine that other people don't have that same experience. So I don't understand why it's still there. And could we make it just a paint thing as opposed to a raised?
We're gonna get rid of it.
Oh, okay.
Okay. I think that's just a very old layover from when this was still Highway 1, right? And nobody ever took it out.
Dangerous.
Oh yeah,
I
I know.
don't understand
Yeah,
that. Okay. So it has no real bearing on the directional. I mean, you have your arrows and they're going to be maintained and painted well. And so there's no reason to worry.
The other thing with this pork chop is it enhances fast turns, right? Now we bring it in more perpendicular, again, slowing down the cars that go around the corner.
But we could just paint it. I mean, it's not going to be as, as dangerous, I think.
Yeah,
It's going to be as,
we got to take it out.
yeah,
It's
you
not
can
gonna be
light
there.
it up or whatever. Okay. And then, so I see if you look at the MST, bus
Sir?
stop, on Del Monte. Got two pictures here. Yeah.
There we go.
So, the lane, so coming down from Reservation and making a right again, it's real clear that you don't go into that MST slot, right? That's just not going to be unclear to anybody because of the way the curb is.
So you can see we pushed it out, right?
Uh-huh.
And this is actually, when it comes back, so the bus stop is outside of the travel lane. there.
Okay, so there's no mistake about it because, okay.
I can maybe say in our design, because this is going to be built before Del Monte gets built. You already have the funding you have is already, so we're going to have to do an interim ramp here into your class 2 right now. That's there, right? So that's detail we'll show eventually.
Okay. And this is just a bit of curiosity. It seems like Del Monte and Reservation are perpendicular roads, and yet the crossroads and the curbs are so wonky. I mean, how is that just the visual or is it really like that? I mean, I don't know. I don't get how two perpendicular roads gets to have these crosswalks like this.
The corners, so this corner, right? If I pull up a straight line, can you see where that ends up? Right. And this one is probably a little better, but you can see the skewness of this is just because the curb line here does not align
So
with
it
the
has to
curb
do
line
with the
here.
curbs because the actual roads are perpendicular to each other, are they not?
No,
Or no? Oh,
because the curbs are not, so the roads cannot.
ah. Oh, okay. I mean, wow, that's totally asymmetrical there by my eyes. Okay, so there's really that doesn't change anything in terms of our
We
walkways or anything or
by pushing this
traffic
out,
flow.
we've tried to get a little bit of
I
the skew
see,
out, but
yeah.
it's very, if we can probably move this back a little more, right, and have this more perpendicular, that may be an option we can look at as well.
Okay, I don't know if it changed anything. It really may not, but it just looks
too much.
strange to me.
Yep.
But okay, all right. Thank you. That's it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Just two quickies, Mr. Mayor. First, and this actually relates to the Del Monte improvements as well, and it's a question that I've emailed and asked staff several times. Throughout Monterey County, many of the overhead street lights, signs rather, used to be illuminated. And over time, the fluorescent bars in there burn out and they were never replaced. Is the intent to ever, I thought it was a classy look. It seems like it's fallen out of favor. Is there any intent to have illuminated street signs, I guess, going forward?
Not in this instance. Again, the luminaire, so you can create your street sign to also have a reflective material on the white, right? And then when the street sign or the street light over it will shine, it can help with a retroreflectivity.
And so I don't know what infrastructure is being replaced, but I assume the entire overhead bars aren't being replaced. So will that infrastructure still exist so that if the city wanted to add illumination in the future that we could, or do you know if that's being replaced?
No, I don't think
Okay,
that's the plan.
so
Yep.
just take it as a comment then. Again,
Yep,
I mean,
okay.
I don't know where the council falls on that, but I've always thought when I first moved here, actually many of the illumination and the signs worked, and it was something that struck me as being very classy. Is that the right word? I don't know. So the second just comment is just this Bill Ring corner again, just a huge opportunity. It's a space that what I've heard is a lot of residents no longer feel safe to assemble and hang out in for various reasons. I think there's a lot of opportunity there. And so whoever's listening that might have the power to make changes there, I hope that we can do that. Thank you, Mayor.
Just following up on that, after we do what's proposed at the Jack in the Box corner being circle, is it any safer? Is it any different as far as user comfort?
So remember, we're pushing the radius out, right? So we're actually putting the radius into the road more, right? And slower turns for vehicles, right? So we're creating more space, and
Right.
some
I
of that
think we're
space can
talking
be
about
used. Yeah. The
non-motorized
flagpole is-
users
Yep.
using that area so that people feel less safe. So if we're giving more space for people, is it making it better or worse for those who feel uncomfortable with some folks hanging out there?
So if people feel unsafe, then we need to take some measures as part of the hardscaping and maybe put some rocks or bollards in so people can assemble there if they want to, right? And that will give them protection from vehicles that may become errant and drive across the curb, right?
Yeah, if I can just add clarity, I think that to be clear, the issue is bench planks that are broken and jagged and landscaping that provides hiding spaces for people, drug paraphernalia that tends to get those kind of things. So it's really a landscaping question more than anything.
Bianca, can you weigh in here if you're with us? Go ahead.
Yes. Hi. Yeah. Excellent comments. And it's definitely something that crossed my mind as I walked through these spaces in the past. There's definitely lots of things we can do with landscaping in regards to that sense of safety. Obviously, care of the materials, demonstrated care of materials, site furnishings. visibility, minimize hiding places, and then making a space that can be activated in a proactive and scheduled way, so folks start to recognize it as a shared community space. Definitely lots of tools in the toolkit. As improvements are invested in this corner, there is definitely a lot of opportunity to improve this area and to address some of these concerns we're hearing tonight.
All right, Brian, do you want to, any other input? Thank you, Bianca. Okay, let's go to Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. And so in the agenda packet, number 3 is authorizing the call for bids. And so I'm happy to make that motion, but I wasn't sure, are you coming back, or it sounds like there's like a lot of feedback?
Yeah, no. So there's no bids out yet. We're still designing. So these are concepts. So we wanted guidance about what to move forward with. And I think we got great feedback. We also got to talk to, to TAMSI, like we said, about their corners. So, so we're, and then when the design is done, I think we'll come back to council. And also you're going to see the landscape stuff from Bianca come back still. And then once you approve the design, after that, we'll only go to bid.
Okay. And so for the city manager, was there a reason why that was in the agenda packet?
We just wanted to get authorization so we can move forward with that final design.
Okay.
And so, and we'll take that final, once we have that, we'll take it to Public Works Commission for their final input, and then it'll come back to council for.
Okay. So you don't need a motion then?
So 2 and 3, I think we're not going to do tonight. That's her question. That is provide approval of final concept design and authorize call for bids. Are we doing that tonight? Doesn't sound like it.
I think there's enough changes that we need to go do so we can come back and show you what we've done before you approve it. That's my recommendation.
And can we run through this? Like, I can't remember definite changes we asked for, but we had a lot of things we wanted you to look into. So can you run through kind of a punch list of what you heard tonight? Especially those things that you thought we were telling you to change?
Yes. So no writing on red. We will look at the blisters and the corners to see if those blisters can be bigger. Capacity of the bike and peds on the corners to illustrate how that happens in that mixing zone. We'll remove the dashed green bike striping and make them solid going into the blisters. Talk to Public Works Commission. We'll probably, if we come back, go to Public Works Commission as well, right? And then come back to you, and we're going to talk to TAMSI, and we'll go to the Bike Commission as well. The Bike Commission, the
Advisory Committee.
Advisory Committee, yeah. And then we're going to look at the street lights, right? And make sure that
on
we
the
have
2
proper
western
lighting
corners.
on the 2 western corners, right? And we'll consider, I have to go check. So on the illuminated signs, right? Cities are moving away from those just because of maintenance. I have to share with you, they get old, they get damaged, the sun, the plastic, because the outside is a plastic, the sun beats it up. Maybe we should come back and show you what it looks like at nighttime if the light's on and you have a proper reflective sign and you can have a visual experience. Okay.
I mean, here's a crazy idea. Let's say we don't go with the lights because of maintenance. Could we have like an option of turning them on in the holiday season? So they're there all year, they're not working, but we have a way to turn them on to make it look special. What do you think?
I think the problem is still the same, right? That it
The
fades,
weather, et
breaks,
cetera.
yeah. Although I love the idea, and if it can like flash rainbow, I'd even give you extra points.
We gotta watch that, because that grows. Those Christmas lights are in conflict with the signals, right? So it's about the ambient effect around the signal. So you want the driver to focus on the signal, right? So I wouldn't want to give him other light.
Light show.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Anything else after the street lights consideration? And those street lights were the 2 western corners
Yep. Okay.
where it's dark.
That's the list that we have here.
The only thing I had, you talked about the safety islands. I think they answered the question that we didn't think there was enough room, but we'll double check on that.
Yeah, he mentioned he'd look at the blister size That's right, but not the islands, I guess.
Yeah, not, yeah, no.
So we'll
islands.
double check.
Okay, everybody okay with that list? Councilmember Viola?
Is my light not working?
It is, but it's
Oh,
hidden
okay.
by, it's harder
I'm
to.
just never quite sure. So, this intersection, I know you're looking at it from your particular expertise, and there's quite a lot of information that you have to synthesize on this intersection, but this is really our sort of the entryway to our downtown, such as it is today. I mean, you have to envision that someday we're going to be a whole lot different. But if you were looking at this intersection from that standpoint, and I know that Bianca would be able to help, but is there anything that you might do if it was supposed to be like a really special intersection, not just about safety and the this and the that, but is there anything that you would think of that saying that this has a special importance of all the intersections in the city?
I think the fact that we're going to have all the bike and the pedestrian striping, that's going to be the primary focus of this with the reflective material. And then those corners that are going to be so much different from what you see anywhere else, right?
Okay.
And we do all of that by the book. Unfortunately, we can do more from a traffic perspective, but the special is then Bianca.
Okay, yes.
She makes it looks good, and
Yes, like
hardscape and everything that goes with it.
the way that the road crosswalks are, so we could spend a little more money doing something a little fancier.
Yep.
But we could also do something fancier for the lighting, or there's so many things that I think we just pay attention that if we're going to try something beautiful, this is the place to do it.
Yep. We can have Bianca, so she listened in, and I think a lot of the lighting that maybe is on Del Monte can sort of be, the idea is that landscaping and everything else spills over to this intersection, so it's sort of one project, right?
Okay, great. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Fisher?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Only one more question.
Mhm.
Can you give us the addresses of the monorail and the slow examples, or do I need to email you?
Well, you want to go look at them?
I will.
San Jose.
Oh, so Monterey, you said.
Oh, in Monterey.
and slow.
Fremont, yes.
Oh,
along
Fremont.
Fremont.
Okay.
Don't look at the median. Don't look at the bike lanes. So if you go on Google Earth and you see what it looked like before, right? And you can see they had, the skew intersections there, and they had very fast corners. And see how we tightened up all those intersections, right? To allow for slower speeds and slower movements. That's the only intersection that I know of that's been built here that has the mixing zones, right? I can share with you, TAMSI is highly supportive of the protected intersections as well. I don't think we're going to have a problem, right, to install those here from the bike committee or from TAMSI.
So can you provide the addresses, the street names, or do I need to email?
North Fremont, between Casanova and Casa Verde.
Okay.
Thank you.
And San Luis Obispo, I would like to see it.
It's Los Osos Boulevard.
Okay.
And from Ranch, yeah. And they have the ones that what we call the pure Dutch one with all the curbs in it. And I had a long discussion. I know the traffic engineer there, and so I had a long discussion with him about the pros and cons of doing the curbs.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Councilmember Viola?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So are you aware of maybe some future plans for Reservation Road, in which we have talked about this several years ago now, but reducing the lanes? So now we have, you're making a curb situation in which it blends with today's scenarios on reservation, but I think that we had plans on reducing the number of lanes. So how does that impact your plan?
So you're right. There were discussions right when the downtown specific plan started. There was a lot of thought about that.
Yes. And we had concept designs
there were
on
some
that.
concepts too. I think in the end we did narrow the road, but I don't think we took the lanes away, right? So it's not as wide, right? But we're using the road much better for space, parking, also tight corners, bicycle facilities, better pedestrian facilities. It's really creating a downtown street, right? But I think we maintain the lanes there.
Right.
Lane, can you confirm, sorry, Kathy, where we're at with 2 versus 4 lanes?
Yeah, like way back in 2005, the original downtown vision plan, it talked about both Reservation Inn and Del Monte And actually that plan focused more on reservation, but as I talked with Brian about it, I think is based on the traffic studies that that it was more feasible to do Del Monte than reservation. And I'm sure part of it was traffic studies, but I think part of it was just the actual buildings and the layout and the ability to do that also.
So we couldn't do both. We had to choose reduction of lanes on one or the other.
So reservation, the problem on reservation is really the close spacing of all your signals, right? How do you, so you have a multiple signals. We don't have that on Del Monte. Del Monte, really think about it, we're only doing 2 intersections, right? So if you go up reservation, you're going to hit 1, 2, 3, 4. You're going to probably hit 4 or 5 before you get to Forest.
So it's a capacity thing
It's a
again,
capacity thing.
between
Yeah,
lights.
and there's lots of interaction from the side streets and a lot of pedestrians crossing. It's going to be slow moving, right? But like Lane said, the traffic study at that stage shows we should keep the 4 lanes with a signal.
Okay.
Well, I would hope that we still entertain that debate. I don't want the intersection to be guiding what the future lanes will look like on reservation, because that is the heart of our downtown. And you don't see 4 lanes through a downtown. You just don't. And that because we used to be just the thoroughway of everybody from Salinas getting the fastest way to the peninsula. And so that hopefully isn't going to be so with some new roads being put in. So now we can sort of have a downtown. And so what I guess what I'm asking is, because you that's not part of your task. So if we were to decide that reservation has less lanes, then it would be fairly easy to convert what you have now into a smaller configuration going down reservation.
Potentially, yes. If the volumes go down, right, and let's say Imgen is the road that carries all the traffic and people don't cut through reservation Del Monte anymore, absolutely.
Okay, as long as that possibility is there, I would not be happy to see that the intersection is now driving the future of Reservation Road and how we envision that for downtown. So thank you.
So I want to follow up on that because I think what I'm hearing from tonight is that the idea of going to 1 lane each direction on reservation is pretty much forever a dead idea unless traffic decides to use Imgen a lot more than today. So my question is, can we force that decision by putting 1 lane on each direction of reservation so that people will choose Imgen because it's a pain to get through reservation?
If you decide to do that, yes. But then, yes, you'll need to make that decision and say, listen, we accept very low level of service right downtown. We can still coordinate the signals or put roundabouts in and do a road diet. But yes, all cut through traffic will have to stay on Imgen. I don't recall if there was ever analysis done to say, well, if we take all the traffic off reservation, they get onto Imgen, is Imgen still going to work and function properly?
Right. And then to our city manager, what would happen to our downtown economy? Because we've already shifted. Traffic used to be like over 30,000 cars per day on reservation, and now it's down to below 20, I think, because of Imgen. So we've lost foot traffic. So some merchants are sorry that we don't have as much, customers. So if we did that, would it reduce business more?
Yeah, if we're forcing, because our local people, they're going to go through there regardless. But the people that are driving through, the commuters, yeah, if we forced them to bypass it, yeah, it certainly would impact that.
Okay, Kathy?
But I think our roads aren't meant, downtown isn't dependent on us having a thoroughfare through downtown. We want downtown that's thriving means that people are walking and biking and that people want to stop. Being a thoroughfare doesn't guarantee that you're going to have more business. They're using our streets to get from one place to another. That's not the meaning of downtown to me. So I don't see it as we're forcing them to not shop. I think we're forcing ourselves to develop the kind of welcoming downtown that we want.
That people want to come to.
Yes.
So we're getting off topic. I'm getting off topic, but
I don't think we should put this issue to bed. It sounds like we want more discussion about Reservation Road. Is it planned, that kind of discussion still in the downtown plan process? And just take that under advisement so I don't keep us off track.
And it's currently not right now, but if council wants to add it to our work program, we can certainly do that.
I wish Brian was here, but sounds like Jenny, I mean, do you want to have more discussion on a different night about reservation number of lanes?
No, I don't.
Well, we still have a quorum. No.
Yeah, you do.
I'm kidding.
No, I'm
Okay.
good.
Elizabeth, did you have more input?
I would just like to agree with what Councilmember Diallo said. Coming from where I grew up in a city where was a small town, grew into a very big city, way more growth than in Marina. And what really worked for the original downtown, I must say, is a cute main street. But it really works because that was made into a pedestrian, bicycle friendly center. So totally different than the new center that they built, like near the dunes. If people want to have a car, park and be happy at a parking lot, you go to the dunes. But if you want more friendly, so I think it might work, but it will be good to look into this.
Okay.
I would
So
like that.
I'm hearing that some of us don't want to be done thinking about
Yes. a road
changing
diet.
reservations. So at least we have to have a discussion.
Yes.
Brian, we're finding out tonight that up until tonight, the idea was dead to have one lane each side of reservation. But some of us want to have some more discussion before we're comfortable with that idea being dead.
Yeah, absolutely. It's news to me that idea was dead.
Okay.
May I ask a thought about further discussion on it? That's what we were just saying. Do we want to, in the context of the intersection now sort of built on 4 lanes on Reservation, we want to have more discussion about Reservation Road and the configuration of lanes?
Yeah, I think that would be good. I mean, as Lane probably knows, when I first moved here, there was even a discussion about it being one way, just going east. I know that's probably not realistic, but it would be good to follow up with that, I think.
Right. So the context of tonight, Kathy wanted to be sure that what we do at Reservation Del Monte didn't control what we do with Reservation Road. And that opened up this discussion down a rabbit hole. We don't want to stay on that rabbit hole, but that's kind of where this came from. Okay, so I think we're going to have a discussion about Reservation Road sometime on another night. All right. Councilmember McAdams?
Thank you, Mayor. And maybe something that staff could do is put out a survey just to get some community input ahead of time. I know for me, I don't like to pause project. I mean, we could just like redesign every single project for months and months and months and not ever make any progress. So for me, I would just like to see it more like, let's get the community input ahead of time. Of course, like there's public comment available at the meeting, but if we can get some more community participation before rediscussing this, then I think that would be helpful.
I'm not sure. I thought you heard November 9th. I think what we want to do on our end is let us go back and look at our traffic studies and do a little deeper dive on that, look at some of our options and be a little bit more prepared. And then we'll, as soon as we can, get it on an agenda.
Guido, do you have any input on the Reservation Del Monte intersection impact it might have later on Reservation Road?
Not at this time. I mean, I think getting the downtown plan adopted is paramount, and then that can be a potential action item within the downtown plan. But it's paramount to at least adopt the vision and then, start working on the action plans that are actually in chapter 7 of the plan that could be added to the implementation plan.
All right. Thank you, Guido. Us with just number 1 to receive the presentation, unless I'm missing something. We decided not to do 2 and 3. Okay, so we don't need a motion at all. Renee is telling us. So thank you, Derek. Thank you both for helping us out here. Freddie, right?
Frederick. Yep.
Frederick. Yeah.
Great input and great questions.
I'm sorry?
Great input and great question.
Okay, thank you very much. So would someone like to make a motion to finish the next one item before we go home tonight? That's the Lock Haddon item. I'm sorry? And the vending seems like it could wait, right, Brian?
Yes.
We keep kicking it down the road.
I'm
Goodbye,
so
Frederick.
sorry. Okay.
So
I'm happy to make that motion. I would also like to include in the motion to dismiss staff unless they are part of the next agenda item if they
right.
choose to go home. Have a good night.
Lane, do you want to talk to staff about, we can't really tell them what to do.
Actually, staff knows that they're welcome to head home anytime once we get it 10 o'clock hour.
Okay.
Most of them tend to stay, but they know that they can have the option to go home.
I just want them to know they can go home and go to bed.
That's right. So the motion is that we go that 15 minutes that Lane estimated Lock Haddon Park is going to take.
Second.
But seriously, are we going to go to the end of item C or are we going to go to some predetermined time?
How about 10:30?
Okay. Is there a second for that, Brian?
Second.
Okay, 10:30 on this next item or sooner if we get done sooner. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, that motion passes. And who's going to lead us through this? Allison.
Allison is, but let me just frame it up in that this discussion is strictly about the consultant to come in and do the study of the pond. We aren't talking anything about Lock Haddon Park, its design, all the other things. It is just strictly about this contract with the consultant.
Okay, so you were talking about the lake.
Correct.
So we're only talking about modifying the lake's vegetation. We're not talking about tree trimming or anything else, just the lake.
Correct.
Actually, the consulting agreement and what the consulting agreement, the consultant is going to do.
Okay. All right. Did everyone get that? That's our sideboard. So I think 15 minutes probably is accurate.
Great. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. I'm Allison Hunter, Planning Manager for the City of Marina. I will make this really quick. I do want to let you know that we do have the EMC biologist on the call who's been patiently waiting for this item, just in case there are any super quick technical questions. But like Lane said, this is actually to hopefully adopt a resolution approving a professional services agreement with EMC to prepare a two-phased project. The scope of work and budget and timeline are of course in your staff report, but phase one would consist of preparing all of the biological assessments and studies and requirements for the immediate term vegetation removal for around the pond, which will include a variety of permits, of course, from state and federal and the city coastal development permit. So a lot of regulatory agencies, but that would be the first phase. And then the second phase, we would move into more of the long range, bigger picture maintenance and management plan part of things. Some exciting news that's only a couple of years old is the state of California has enacted a cutting green tape initiative, which has streamlined a lot of these regulatory requirements if we can make them fit into a restoration project. So we will endeavor as part of the studies and permit preparation to see how much we can utilize this state initiative to reduce mitigation requirements and just streamline that whole project under this restoration platform that the state has enacted. Just a tiny little bit of background. All of Lock Haddon Park is in the coastal zone. The pond and its immediate environs are all environmentally sensitive habitat area or ESHA. So, you know, government restrictions abound here on Lock Haddon Park. This map shows the 9 discrete parcels and their ownership. So the city of Marina owns 4 of these parcels. The Park District owns the other 5. And the city, through various forms of agreements, has worked under sort of a lease scenario from the Park District to undertake certain projects and maintenance activities. So we will be working closely with Monterey Peninsula Regional Park District, which is always really hard for me to say, on just making sure that our long-range plans conform to their 2005 master plan, et cetera, et cetera. But like Lane said, we're really here to get a contract underway to start this work. As I mentioned in the staff report, it's been a long time coming. There have been lots of starts, not a lot of finishes. So hopefully we'll be able to get it across the line with this effort. I think that is it. We are requesting that the council adopt a resolution that just allows this contract to be executed and moved along so we can get started. If that's the end of my presentation, if anybody has any technical questions for me or Janet Walter of EMC, who's the project biologist, she's available. Before we do that, I do want to go super fast, 20 seconds about the region thing. And I think Councilmember Biala asked about tours. I just want to share that in my 2 local agencies here on the peninsula, I've organized tours for planning, engineering, and building staff to do the whole tour of the region, because it's very important for staff to know what happens to everything we're creating. So they do excellent tours there. You go through the whole recycling thing up on all the catwalks, and
Are you off topic?
really cool. I am off topic. I am. I was expecting Councilmember McAdams to let me know that I was off topic, but
Now I don't feel so bad. I'm not the only one.
you talked about it before. It's a great tour, and I highly encourage it for everybody. Okay, that's it for
I'm
that.
gonna remember this moment. All right, and then this time, see, here's the thing. You say, if there's any questions, and I start thinking about questions up here, and I have to get into the mode of thinking about questions from the public. So let's go to public, starting with those who are present. If you have any comments, questions you want to make, please come forward.
Grace Silva Santella again. I'm just really excited we're moving forward with this, and thank you very much. And I hope we get a yes from you all, and poof, we're off and moving ahead. Thank you.
No one else rising here in person. Let's go to the remote audience. Jeffrey Markham, welcome back.
Thank you, Mayor Delgado. I'd like to thank the city manager and the planning department, specifically Allison Hunter, for acting on the matter of cleaning up all the vegetation overgrowth of the tule reeds and the coastal willows on the perimeter of the pond. If you recall in the citizens report that we presented in August, that was the #1 concern in our citizen survey. So thank you very much for picking this up and moving it forward. I'm also very much in favor of approving this consulting agreement and encourage the city council to do so. I did have a couple questions. One regarding the choice of EMC as the consultancy, why they were chosen and their specific expertise in this area. I do have some concerns about the streamlining and the steps that would undo. Does that unencumber things like the Department of Fish and Wildlife being involved in the Coastal Commission approvals, which I think are required? And then there is an item in this scope of work talking about a long-term maintenance plan. And I wasn't clear whether that was specific to the pond itself or whether that was the overall park maintenance plan. And not to go off topic, but the longer-term maintenance plan, as well as meeting with MPRPD staff, is overdue. And an update on the timeline of that would be appreciated. I'd also like to point out that tomorrow night, MPRPD will be holding their monthly directors meeting in Marina at the City Council chambers. And I would encourage everyone in the public who cares about the park to please attend and listen to it. They're trying to reach out to all the various wards as part of reaching out to the community at large. So your participation would be very much appreciated. It's going to be 6:30 in the council chambers, and you can read the agenda at the mprpd.org. So thank you very much for addressing the vegetation overgrowth. And again, I encourage the council to please approve this item. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Jeff. And thank you for representing us in the future on that board. Anyone else remotely wish to comment? Please raise your hand. Okay, we'll close public comment and go to Councilmember Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm interested in the part, maybe you can put up the map again.
The
Can
map.
you put up the map of the park? Oh, sorry. So it's the place where the mitigation area is supposed to be. So I'm interested in how phase one we're assessing, right? Biological assessment of the pond, but in the immediate environs. And I don't know if it's going to include that, but if we assessed it and we're not going to find any endangered or threatened species, so then it makes me think of your idea of the state initiative of restoration. So then I'm thinking, do we want to restore there because there's none there, and what the possibilities are for us to ever use that again if we find that there's no endangered species. And then we want, if we're going to look at maintenance, if there's no endangered species there, there's nothing really for us to maintain, or how does that all work with Fish and Wildlife?
Yeah, those are good questions. Those are exactly the questions we will get into once we start the assessment. We don't know right now because we haven't begun all of the studies, but because this is in the coastal zone, the ESHA buffer for the wetland is going to be fairly large. So that's a wetland delineation will be required, and then we have to go from there. But that's part of this first phase. And again, the cutting the green tape initiative, going to Jeff Markham's question, it doesn't eliminate any permits. It's just a streamlining of permits. And in fact, the Secretary of Natural Resources for the state has to approve your use of this tool. So it's by no means like an automatic thing. So it does still go through all of the same agencies, but it is intended to streamline restoration projects specifically. So we don't even know yet if this will fit into those categories, but we certainly would want to look into it because it would make everything much easier if it does.
Yeah, and well, my ulterior motive is that if it's good land that we could use for other purposing, and if it's really not a mitigation area, there's literally nothing there to protect, then it would be kind of sad if we were committed to keeping the coyote bush or whatever is there now.
Yeah, we'll have to just see what's there through an official biological assessment.
Great. Thank you very much.
Let me just jump in with one of the public's questions, then we'll go to Councilmember McAdams. Is this a park maintenance plan, or is this phase one phase one lake management plan, vegetation, and then phase two Lock Padden Park as a whole? Is that what we're talking about?
Lock Padden Park as a whole, as it's reflected in the District 2005 master plan, and potential alternatives and changes.
Okay,
that
so-
the park district supports. And
All right, so phase one is narrow to vegetation removal around and in the lake.
Yes.
And then phase two, to answer Jeff's question, is broader and includes the entire park boundaries.
Exactly.
Okay. All right, so let's go to Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for bringing this to us so quickly. I really appreciate that. I'm wondering too, when you're, thinking and exploring if this is restoration, perhaps there's some resources or ways to get expedited if it's classified as fuel management.
That is one of the categories we can look into if it's fuel management.
Great. And especially for additional resources or support, whether it's from CAL FIRE, Monterey County Regional Fire District, whoever it's from, that is something that I would encourage.
Yeah.
And then just really quickly, I wanted to put on record that the Parks District for fiscal year 23-24 committed $45,000. And then also they committed an additional $45,000 for fiscal year 24-25. Yes. And so Dr. Pan asked for a invoice on September 16th. So I just wanted to make sure that that happened for 23-24 and that 24-25 is on the radar.
I think they have subsequently told us the money for 23-24 is not available. But I will be talking with him tomorrow and I will.
Okay.
confirm
I'll
that.
send you the email that I have that he asked Tori for the invoice. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
90 grand, an invoice for 90 grand.
For 45 and then 45 for 24-25. So, okay, great. Thank you so much.
Councilmember McCarthy?
Thank you, Mayor. So in addition to the fuel management, I mean, I will note that when this was done in 2014, I believe it was done because of the mosquito abatement districts felt that the standing water was a risk to public health. So I don't know if that's another mechanism that we can still use. And I will also note that it seems like when we did this in 2014, that we didn't go through all of this. So I don't know if something has fundamentally changed or if we are finally just saying, hey, we're going to actually try to go through all the right hurdles or.
Well, yes, the mosquito abatement, as I understand from the city manager, was a separate agency with complete authority to just go and as a public safety measure to just remove that. So no, they did not go through all of the hoops that we will have
And
to
as
go
part
through.
of this process, will we contact them and ask if they have the same concerns today that they had in 2013?
We could contact them. I mean, we're not in a West Nile virus crisis right now. We have all of our other crises to deal with, but we could add them to the list. We will be consulting with other agencies outside the actual regulatory agencies. We've heard about the Audubon Society, for example. They're not a regulatory agency, but we would appreciate their feedback. So we can
great.
consult with others.
Great. And then two other quick ones. I noticed that the pump station, I didn't know that the city, does the city own that land? It's on the map as city owned, the Monterey One Water pump station.
Is that the little tiny?
No, it's the entire
parcel?
building that's it's on the other side of Reservation. It's the house. It looks like a house. It's by the traffic circle. I don't know if you can bring up the map at Doug.
I am not sure of that one.
Okay.
He's busy doing
Not
fire
important.
stuff.
But I assume that there's not going to be work that's done there. We can talk about it offline. There we go.
Oh,
So see
up in that corner.
Yeah, the left on the left-hand side of the screen.
Yeah, if it's outside park and city boundary, we would not be
Well,
including.
and that's what I'm asking is that this map actually says the city owns that pump station. You see all the way on the left, upper left.
By just south of the roundabout.
Yep, right there.
Oh.
So just a curiosity.
Yeah,
not really that
I
important.
do not know about that.
And the final question is, we know that we're going to have to repeat this. We did this in 2014. We know that we're probably going to have to repeat it. That stuff grows incredibly quick. Is the plan that whatever we're approving tonight create something that we don't have to go through the permitting process in 5 years when we want to do this again? Is that what the idea is?
We will endeavor to make a programmatic permit wherever we can. And that's like the programmatic CEQA process. You know, you can create a big long-term process and do all the analysis that will carry you to a specified number of years.
Be great, because what I can share with you is that I remember when they brought in CAL FIRE, or so not CAL, maybe it was CAL FIRE, but I think it was prison volunteers, and literally cut that stuff to the ground and mulched it all. And I thought it would take decades to grow back, but within years, I mean, it was over my head. So I think that we're going to have to address this sooner than many may think. Thank you, Mayor.
Phase 2 says it's for lock pad and park maintenance and long-term management plan, sorry, long-term management plan is phase 2 for the whole Loch Padden Park. And earlier you talked about restoration. And so my first question is, can phase 2 include restoration, or does it need to be in phase 1 of the radio station foundation? Is that station antenna foundation, which is so ugly, is that close enough to willows and perhaps going to be delineated as part of the wetland? And so if all that works out, could removal of that ugly eyesore be considered part of the restoration approach?
That's definitely something we would look into for
Okay.
sure.
And then when you were thinking about restoration earlier, and maybe our consultant can help, restore to what from what?
Yeah, for example, I mean, Janet can jump on if she wants to participate in this, but what I'm thinking, and I'm not a technical expert, that's why we have a biologist, but removing the vegetation will open up the pond to other habitat, avian habitat, other land habitat, land animal habitat. So by exchanging one, you're opening it up for other. If the tules in the wetland vegetation is not serving a beneficial value, by removing it, we can argue that we will bring a beneficial value to the site.
Okay, so yeah, I'm going to get into the details here a little bit. So if right now you have rail species of birds that are rails, and you take away their habitat because you want more open water, so you're restoring it for, waterfowl, other waterfowl, but you're destroying it for rails. So I wanted to ask the Janet, if you can come on, Janet, are rails on this list, or you don't have a list yet? And so how do we get information to you, asking you to be sure certain things are on the list of special status species that would be considered?
Hi, yeah, thank you. This is Janet Walther. I'm a principal biologist with EMC Planning Group. Appreciate the time to talk here. I know we were trying to move things along quickly. Rails are on the list, as well as tricolored blackbird. What I'm really envisioning is probably not removing all vegetation, but leaving some for habitat and trying to find a balance between special status species requirements and what will be helpful as far as vegetation removal for health of the pond and opening those areas up. We do have quite a bit of previous biological documentation for this area that we can base some of our work on. And yeah, trying to find that balance between all of the vegetation removal versus preserving habitat for as many species as possible.
Okay, and then to you and Allison, what time of year and which year do you anticipate that the clearance might happen?
So we'd have to balance a couple different things. So you have, a number of special status species, as we just discussed. So, any nesting behavior going on, work would have to occur outside of the nesting season, as well as, for example, like the flight season for Smith's blue butterfly, blooming seasons for special status plants that might be in the area. So, we'd have to, after analyzing each of those species, we'd have to figure out, the most opportune time to remove that vegetation.
All right. So it might be that November, December is the best time to do it, but we're not going to be ready in 2024. So if you have to avoid the nesting season, it might not be until summer of 2025 or later when the work actually happens.
Correct. And that's really, given the number of permits and the time that it will take to get through those processes, we're looking at something probably fall of next year.
Okay, thank you. Very much. And to Allison, it sounds like phase 1 and phase 2 paperwork is for $75,000.
Yes, that is the estimate.
Okay, and then to you and Lane, How come it's not mentioned in the fiscal impact? Is it because it's already part of the capital projects budget that we don't mention the costs in the
Correct.
staff report?
Correct. Council's already budgeted 100,000 for it. So it
100,000.
came
Okay.
in under our budget.
Okay. So we authorize $100,000 for planning
Right.
and then $500,000 for doing.
For implementation.
All right. Any final questions before we wrap this up?
Mayor, I think that Jeff had one other question about why did we choose EMC?
Oh, right.
And we actually got a proposal from SWCA, who is a very reputable firm, and we compared that and we asked EMC. We're currently working with EMC on another project and they're doing a great job, and so they have experience with our coastal plan, and it just made sense. We got a good proposal. It was less than SWCA, and they had the staff, the qualified staff, and they had the bandwidth to really move forward quickly on the project.
Great. I think that Kathy and I were lost on SWCA when they said that water was a mineral. Remember that? All right.
And as you know, Allison will be our project manager on this project. And so any questions you have, feed them all to Allison. We're really happy that she picked this project up.
Okay. Councilmember Biala?
I'd like to make a motion unless there's some discussion. So I'd like to make a motion to adopt resolution number 2024XX approving a professional services agreement with EMC Planning Group, Inc., EMC, for the preparation of a plan for vegetation removal, permitting, and maintenance and management of the Lockpadden Wetland Community Park and Pond. Authorize the finance director to make necessary accounting and budgetary entries, and authorize the city manager to execute the agreement with EMC on behalf of the city, subject to final review by the city attorney. The professional services agreement is exempt from environmental review per the CEQA guidelines.
Second.
All right. Well, no final comments. We'll go to a vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say no. Okay, so council, one more time, are you okay not hearing the infrastructure needs and the other things that are on the budget? Okay.
Do you want a motion to move it to the next meeting? Or?
No, I think we already had the motion. It was our chance to change the new motion, but we won't. So that means that we are adjourned, and thank you to everyone for being here. Thank you, Steve, for being with us all night. Thank you, Anita. Thank you, Greg. Good to see you.